Hey everyone, let me check to make sure the correct mic is on before I start talking. All right, yeah. Hey everyone, welcome back to Theme of Synthos. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. I have water and I have tea. Well, this is coffee actually. And I hope I have really good internet tonight because it's a mess. First of all, welcome everyone. Um, I am making this one pot chicken thing that is taking a lot of time. So I put it, part of it is in the oven now. So at some point I have to go remove that. So that's going to have to happen at some point now. Um, Before we continue, why, girl, why y'all didn't tell me Pearl Oyster was out here? Why didn't anyone tell me that Oyster was Shook Knight and she had an entire death row record label happening over there where we jumped out of a plantation and into indentured servitude? I'm confused. Why no one told me? Why didn't y'all tell me that she was Shook Knight? Why didn't y'all tell me that Pearl was over there operating like P. Diddy? I don't. So y'all are telling me Oyster has been shook knighting this community for a while, and she's giving out these contracts that are essentially 360 deals without the advance. Like someone said shook wise. I have a request to all of Pearl's Africans. If you're one of Pearl's Africans, like just kind of skim through the contract real quick and let me know if there's a confidentiality clause that you're under, and if you're not, just kind of sneak me the contract. See, look, sneak me the contract. Let me go through. I want to go line by line. I didn't know y'all were out here selling y'all souls to YouTubers. Girl, y'all are out here selling y'all souls. Sorry, I went to my doctor and I actually was told that I needed to make sure that I wasn't talking loudly. I told her that I don't talk loudly generally, but whenever there is a microphone in front of my face, I feel the need to sort of shout into it. And it can be very annoying, I think, for the listener, but that is that on that. Why none of y'all told me that Pearl was in fact starting a record label over there and have y'all in these indentured servant contract? Why y'all didn't tell me that? We talking about the Daily Wire and their contract, and this guy talking about the Daily Wire trying to take his content. Meanwhile, y'all are out here selling y'all souls for bones and biscuits. Wait, we have to, girl, we have to get in. We have to get into this. The only reason I can laugh, by the way, the only reason that I'm able to laugh at all is because I have done a lot of work because I was deeply depressed. Honestly, I was. I thought about kind of blackness, and I'm looking at myself and other people that I share identity with because of my blackness, right? And I was thinking that we have fallen in ways that historically should have destroyed us. And I held on for most of my life. I held on to this idea that we are a resilient people, that there is strength right within us, and we are able to withstand a tremendous amount. We have, not we are able to, but we have endured a tremendous amount of trauma inflicted both physically and psychologically. And so understanding this, I've always held on to this. We are going to be better. We have to be better. And I was reminded that through my sadness and seeing that a lot of people don't care and a lot of the quote unquote coonery that one would see in a movie about slavery, where there would be one slave who sort of tells on the other slaves plotting their escape, I'm reminded that that is not just a character trait that existed at the time, but that it still happens today, and that people who engage and pretend to like blackness and care about black people might not actually. And I'm not saying that I'm the best person in the world, but I do know one thing to be true, and that is I fundamentally care about the improvement of black people. I do. And the people that I thought did, like people in the manosphere that I thought they are hurt and they're upset and they are doing the worst thing ever, which is venting online. I still believed on some level that they're doing this to make money. And so we're going to talk about moral implication and situational issues that would cause someone to go around their moral compass in an effort to make a coin, so to speak. Right. So a lot of that kind of thinking happened, and I thought, well, they're just doing this to make money, even though it's bad, and even though I'm pushing back against it, they're doing it to make money. But realizing that it's to make money, but also the kind of character that one must have to do the kinds of things and degrade yourself and people who look like you in the way that we do have to require. And in the face of whiteness, let's be frank, in the face of whiteness and for the approval of whiteness specifically, I find deeply, deeply problematic. But I have decided to talk to more people and investigate, and I won't let that dim my light. I'm going to make it an academic kind of theory work that I engage in, as opposed to an emotional, I'm going to go cry kind of work. So here we are today. Hey, happy Friday, Ivy. I watched your video of you recounting the incident with your husband, who you found out was not your husband, thankfully was not your husband, and your family and your life. And I don't want to give it away, but I want to say I appreciate you for sharing. I may or may not review it depending on what you want. Not today, but I was thinking about reviewing your video. Let me know if I can. So, anywho, I'm going to continue. It might just be short. Yeah. So I heard this, and look, this is not even how I'm going to start this live stream. I just have to really put this out there, because the way these people don't care about an image,
it's humongous.
I'm going to start here.
I had a girl.
Let's start here, right? Let's start here, because absolutely no way this is happening in on Beyonce's internet.
Girlfriend at the time when I was dating Kevin, when I was
Pause. So when you were doing what now? When, all right, we're joking. Don't go over there attacking anyone. But he definitely said it's a slip up when he was dating Kevin Samuels. He had a girlfriend when he was dating Kevin. I am joking. This is intellectually dishonest of me, because I don't think he would have come out and admitted to dating Kevin Samuels. He corrected himself. But like, you said it, so now we're joking about it. But I don't. Let's go back. That's not even what I want to show. Why am I like this?
that it will keep you down. YouTube is humongous. I had a girlfriend at the time when I was dating Kevin. When I was dating a girl when me and Kevin started communicating on the phone, and Kevin would call, and I would take his call all the time. And my girlfriend ended up really not liking my ex-girlfriend.
She probably didn't like him because you were you know what? Let's stop. All right. We don't allow homophobia in the. Someone said, "Is he the glitch?" Wait, hold on. Nope, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Someone said, "Was lead attorney the glitch?" Y'all play too. Y'all know this man not gay. I don't know if this man's gay. I don't call people gay unless they tell me they're gay. So like, I don't know. But like, who said if he was the glitch? Moderators, please time out whoever said they were that lead attorney was the glitch. Man, all right, wait. By the way, I know there's a lot of people coming in because we're already at like 700 people watching. There's a part of this that's not going to be funny. It's going to probably be boring on the other side of this intro for the first like 25 to 30 minutes. There is some theory that I'm going to attempt to include, but that's not on that. Let's continue because I only want to play a very specific part of this. And think about Langston Hughes and poets who said, I don't know if you guys used to read Langston Hughes or whatever, but people would say, I don't want to be a Black artist. I don't want to be a Black poet. And the response says, well, you're not. Whatever you are, you're not. If you want to remove Blackness from in front of who you are, there is something fundamentally broken about who you are and who you believe yourself to be. And I thought that was harsh when I was a child and I heard it. But the very next statement he's about to make reaffirms for me that it wasn't wrong, and the way that we see Blackness is fundamentally flawed. Please remember to like the video.
Really not liking Kevin. And she would say little things that Kevin would say and stuff like that, but she would always say, all YouTube, because over here we would say like Black YouTube, Section 8, what I call it.
That there is more. He goes on to explain why essentially going mainstream, and that there is not a lot over here, but I don't really care about that. It is when you say Section 8 in reference to what you call the Black YouTube space, I am going to have a problem with that. I don't know if I say this, but like in my real life, I would say that I have more white friends than Black. I've been in every community that I've been in has been more white than Black. And when I came online, this was the first time I was a part of a community online that it was predominantly Black. And I can tell you that I've never felt more at home anywhere else. Lies. In Jamaica, there's obviously more Black people than white, regardless of where I went. So that I need to, but in America, I've never felt more at home in the US than in my online space. And I think that is primarily because of how Black it is, right? And it feels like I don't have to shape some of my thoughts and the way some of my thoughts come out. And I'm able to connect with people who understand to some extent my life, and I understand to some extent their life. And I don't view the quote unquote black side. I view this as a privilege, right? Like I view it as a privilege to be in community with Black people vis-a-vis the YouTube app, right? And it does bother me. And I don't want to harp on this because I'm not here to drag him or anyone tonight. Well, okay. I'm not really here to drag anyone, but like a drag is a drag is a drag. So I don't know what's gonna happen. But it did bother me, and I did feel sad when I was watching part of this live. And it he just said so he was so cavalier with saying it that, yeah, we are on the black side of YouTube. I call it Section 8. And that speaks to how we see each other, how we engage with each other, and how we look down on each other. Colonization and white supremacy is not just an outside force that subjugates Black people. I think it is an internal reality for Black people about how they relate to themselves and each other. And I find this more than anything else he said in the stream, which we will, at the end of the show, we will try to get through as much of what he said and react to it at the end of the show. Um, but this one felt different for me. And I will say, not just to lead attorney, and not just about lead attorney, but with everyone, be careful. I think there are a lot of people that see Black YouTube and Black people as a means, and the end is to go mainstream and away from Black people. Now, I'm not talking about moving out of a neighborhood that's bad, do you? I'm talking about content creation, I'm talking about artistry, I'm talking about who we support in any meaningful way. I would be fearful of people who would so sanitize Blackness and Black issues in an effort to appeal to a wider audience. When I say political correctness, I'm not talking about cursing or anything like that. Obviously, you should think about power, your relation to power. We are going to talk about that, how you gain power and how you elevate yourself and people around you. So I'm fine with you being tactful. What I'm not fine with is looking down on Black people and looking down on people you're in community with who are supporting you and thinking that you're just here for a moment to get as much as you can so you can elevate and take the next step into whiteness. I find this a huge problem. Yeah, no, I do. I have intentionally made comments. I've intentionally made myself not marketable. Even though I mean, I still get offers, but I can't sign any contracts with anyone. To quote unquote mainstream. I don't want it. I love my life how it is, and this is me doing what I'm doing out of passion. I find this really, really frustrating. Like, this was the most frustrating part. I'm going to move on from it. I just wanted to think out loud and let you guys know how I felt about that before we move on, because we're going to talk about well, we're not going to talk about it, but apparently this idea of homosexuality keeps coming up, and we're going to have a problem. He kind of do look like the glitch. Maybe he was the glitch on the slide, or maybe he's the glitch that stole glitches. Period. Happy Friday, by the way. I don't know if I said that. Welcome, everyone. And grab your cocktail, hopefully. Hopefully, we're sitting down relaxing because I want to get into some kind of mess before we get into the academic theory stuff. All right. So, how do I do this without being mean? When I was in high school, we would have discussion circles. I don't know if you guys are familiar with discussion circles, but we would have discussion circles and we'd have an adult as a facilitator. And I remember should I do? In one discussion circle, we talk about things like that are controversial for children at the time or high school students. One of the topic was about whether or not uniforms, which we wore, whether or not public school students should also wear uniform, or whether or not people in private schools should stop wearing uniform. I hated uniforms at the time. Now I like uniform. The topic of homophobia came up for our specific circle at the time it was. And they asked me what I thought. Why were people homophobic? And I said people were overtly homophobic because they had nothing to lose, right? If we're in a society, this is like young Themis thinking that he's smarter than everyone. Not really. If we're in a society where everything we reject, right, has a consequence, right? If you come out and you're homophobic, you will lose some of the stuff you have. So I think the people who are homophobic overtly are people who have nothing to lose. Like, that made sense to me. Like, if you're homophobic outwardly, society doesn't like homophobia, then you will lose something, or your community is okay with it and you're fine, or you just say it because you have nothing to lose. And then my facilitator said that homophobia, and I kid you not, homophobia is linked to low intelligence. wait. Homophobia is linked to low intelligence and low IQ. This has never left me, by the way. So, like, when people are homophobic, just generally, like, I've never actually talked about my sexuality on here, but racism and a lot of the isms are actually tied to a kind of ignorance, low IQ, and lack of intelligence. There's something about religion in there, but I won't touch that yet. Ever, actually. And so I'm like laughing. So now in my mind, when I see people who are homophobic, they don't register on my radar because, like, I like smart people and I don't like engaging with people I think are stupid. So in my mind, I don't really think about these kinds of attack. But I wanted to do not, please, please do not write a race or a gender. We're very diverse over here. So when I ask this question, it is for you to reflect. Again, moderators, please time out anyone and delete any comments. Do not write a race or a gender at all. In 2023, right in this moment, right? Let's do a thought experiment. In your mind, try to imagine who, a group of people, do not write it, who you think are the most homophobic people in the world that you can, in your world, in your community. Don't write it. Just think about the person or a group of people. Think about who they are. All right. Now, think about who do you think the dumbest person or group of people are. Don't tell me, don't say it. Just say yes or no. Does the most homophobic and the dumbest group of people align? Just yes or no. It's fine if you say no. Just do not say race or gender. Please do not say race or gender. So, Chill is listening to Themis, LOL, sending love. Thank you so much, Kayla Potts. I appreciate that. So, I have revisited that a lot, and it matches. The people I think are the dumbest people in the world, they're also the most homophobic. They're also the most They're literally also the most homophobic people in the world. So, like, obviously, this is a crude experiment. It's a crude experiment. This all happened, by the way. I am joking. Don't actually take this and go out and do anything with it. I'm just saying the most homophobic people seem to be the dumbest people in the world that probably don't have anything, and that's fine. You don't have to. We acting up tonight. Look, it is what it is. Go Google ties between low intellect and homophobia. It should come up. It is not a drag. I don't drag. So here's the thing. I say this. I am not mad. I don't attack people who are academically deficient. I don't attack people who are intellectually deficient. Like, you don't punch down, you punch up. All right. So there is another theory. There is another theory about homosexuality, right? And this theory goes, I don't know where this theory comes from. I didn't look it up. I don't care to look it up. I'm actually really religious, by the way. That was not a drag to religious people. Lex, welcome to the membership. Thank you. Because I don't care to look this up. However, some theorist came out once upon a time and said, "This early, whoa, we here now." Too late. Thank you, by the way, cheeky banter. This theorist came out and they said essentially that when there is an overpopulation and resources aren't available to everyone, homosexuality tends to pop up more. So if you think about it in this way, the gays are just out here. If you think about it this way, the gays are just out here saving lives, and it is what it is. So, period. All right, we get to some serious stuff. By the way, before I came on, I was sent a message and a video that I could not watch. But apparently, China, and I feel like we don't talk about politics a lot on here, and I that's the problem. That is like a huge problem. So this is not on the agenda for today, but I do actually think I need to cover this to some degree. China apparently brokered a deal, right? China brokered a deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia, which is huge. That's not the thing that I want to talk about, though. China signed another deal apparently with Saudi Arabia. Please do politics. I'm trying to pull up the article. Anyway, I don't have to pull it up. They signed a deal to trade in yuan or RMB, right? The Chinese currency. This is actually quite odd, not new, but the petrodollar, there has always been people freaking out online about, oh my God, the petrodollar is going to go down. And I think it's kind of interesting. Oh, girl. Drop a one if you guys understand the petrodollar, because I don't want to have to explain this. Drop a one if you understand the petrodollar, or if I need to like quickly summarize it in like less than 10 seconds and oversimplify a complicated history. All right. everyone understand it. So for those who don't, I didn't say drop a two for anything else. I think we left the gold standard in like the 1970s after World War II, but in the 1970s officially. And there was a signing of a deal between the US and Saudi Arabia about oil being traded in only US dollars, right? And that ultimately gave the US dollars a big push in terms of trading and economic power. The US becomes uni power essentially in terms of economics, also in terms of just after the Cold War. Not getting into that. The issue here is that all government essentially, most government will have a reserve in US dollars so that they can trade. All kinds of trading happens in US dollars. If this changes, inflation skyrockets. Obviously, Russia has a vested interest in changing from the petrodollar because if we can start a trade war essentially with anyone, the US, that is, in an effort to bleed their economy to get them to do what we want. And I find this to be kind of interesting, both as an American, but also having lived in Jamaica. I think there is a sense that the world is fed up with the American power on the global stage, and this is a way to push back economically. But we have the biggest military in the world, and I don't see the US losing economic power globally without a full-on like military intervention. That's all I'm going to say on that. I find that to be kind of odd. Anywho, I'm not getting into it. I think we should. I probably will do this in like a members only live where we talk about this, because it's kind of I I just got the news, so I actually do need to look into the agreement and the deal between the Chinese government and Saudi Arabia and what that will mean. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of that will be happening soon. So, anywho, let's get into this PowerPoint, because we all know we came here for this. This power. Wait, there's two super chats. The Sanderson sister says, on my way to see Tiana Taylor new movie, so I won't be able to watch the full live, but have fun, folks. Aw, please let us know how that goes. I might actually want to watch too. Also finally got my Beyonce tickets. Period. Period. That's what's important. They made the same deal with Brazil. Yeah. I don't think and people are as worried when it comes to Brazil. There is one out. I probably should have thought about this before I said it. Thank you, Sinji. There is one out. And it is, by the time this deal makes sense economically, I feel like we will be past using that kind of energy and oil, and we might be at solar energy. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. And yes, I remember when that happened, the deal was signed with Brazil. In fact, there was going to be a deal with Mexico, but Mexico was too close. Mexico is too close to the US, and they're not about that life. You know what? Let me stop. Wait, let me stop. By the way, the fact that I know what this means, like the fact that I know what this means is bothering me. I don't think I've ever heard it said. I don't know. I've never heard this said. But I drop a one if you know what this means, and drop a two if you don't. I just want to see something. The fact that I knew, I'm not going to say it, by the way. The fact that one looked at this and I could read it bothers me. I don't know who came up with this kind of witchcraft, but they do need to stop, because The fact that I didn't even look at it long. I literally looked at it and read it word for word, all the way. All the way to beat your MFA. Wait, all right. So some people don't know what it means. Period. I knew what it means, so I'm ahead of the curve. Anyway, let's continue. That's straight. That looks like gibberish. That is witchcraft. That is a whole spell. That is summoning a demon. Wait, wait. Do people actually not know what this means? All right, good. Period. Wait, no. Wait, what if I'm wrong? So I got get your A in the God D house before I beat your MFA. I'm not saying any of those words. That's what I got. So if that's not what you got, look, that's what I got. Y'all play too much talking about you don't know what it is. Anywho. All right. Oh, one more thing on politics before we get into the mess. So Donald Trump, Donald Trump was indicted. Wait, I'm laughing because, like, in my mind, this is purely political. I'm not saying I like that law and I like when law and prosecution lean in favor of prosecuting particularly rich people. It is a thing, I'm sorry. But this is relatively minor in the grand scheme of things. So this is the first president or ex-president to a former president to have ever been indicted, right? Like obviously an indictment is not a conviction, there is a trial, but it's weird because the this is, we don't know the charge, the specific charge, but it does have to do with the $130,000 payment made to Stormy Daniels in the election that was written off as campaign, obviously campaign finance in people's mind. Obviously, how are you paying hush money to people talking about this? So, because there's no precedent for this, right? There's no precedence for this at all because no current president or former president have been indicted. Now we know a lot of them have done illegal stuff, but none of them have gone through this process. Nixon quit, and then everyone was like, "Okay, bye." What's happening with my camera? Really? So I'm talking about the president, and now my things go blurry. So I'm talking about the president, and y'all think this is just Joe Biden. I'm not talking about you, so please release me. Wait, I'm not moving on until my cam. Let me turn it off and on again. All right, let me keep you off for a minute because y'all they're playing in my face right now. Let's do this. All right, we're back. We're back. I'm not moving on. We're literally not moving on. No, we're still going to attack. So, is this a political game? Was that where I left? All right. Is it a political game? Yes, I believe it's a political game. Do I like Donald Trump? Absolutely not. I don't like Donald Trump. Don't like the man. But this seems weird that he's now campaigning and trying to run for president again, and y'all out here trying to imprison him. Now imagine being that Secret Service person that has to follow Donald Trump. We have never seen this, right? So we can just make up theories about this. And I'm good with this theory. Do you think if he goes to prison, he's not going to go to, well, I don't know. If he goes to prison, do you think the Secret Service has to be in the prison with him? Because it's not only for their protection. In my mind, the Secret Service doesn't follow you after you leave office because of protection only. I think they follow you because state secrets. And if you're going to be in prison, I'm pretty sure you probably won't be in like the general pop. I'm trying to figure out the how this is gonna work. As well, I'm trying to figure out how this is gonna work. Now, you know, Donald Trump is not one to go down without a fight. I'm not about to read his statement, but he definitely had a statement. He definitely had a statement, and I cut it up. And let me make this big on the screen. So you guys can screenshot it, read it. I'm not about to read Donald Trump's statement about his guilt or innocence. I don't care what Donald Trump has to say about this. What I do know is that it's political. That's what I do know. And I don't know how I feel about using the judicial system. And, well, it's the prosecutor, right? So it is definitely a part of the executive branch still. I don't know how I feel about this, actually. If this had happened a year ago, I wouldn't care. But this election is starting off rough. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to keep an eye on this case. I'm going to keep an eye on this case, and then we'll come back to it. All right. So let's get into Jonathan Majors quickly before we get to pearly things, because the pearly people and the oysters are next. But I do find this interesting. I hate the fact that people keep making statements about quote unquote Becky is bad and Becky is a liability, and why. I am not sure why people are blaming the white woman for Jonathan Majors' behavior, alleged behavior, because y'all, his attorney might not like him. His attorney might not like him because the attorney released some text messages. The attorney released some text messages, and I am not quite sure what they thought these text messages were supposed to do, but I am sure the text message isn't doing what she thought it would be doing. But are no parts of y'all worried that we are trading Donnie for Ronnie DeSantis? My anxiety is through the roof with the next pres election cycle. Yeah, the Dems have to step it up. I'm going to be looking and seeing who I'm going to be voting for, but yeah, I am worried. I am worried. Very much so. Blackmail worship is why they're blaming her. Yeah, like, makes no sense. We talked about this on the podcast, so I'm not going to go through it again. But what I am going to go through is this text message, because absolutely not. Absolutely not. And there is absolutely no way that we should be looking at this any other way than the way that I'm going to be looking at it. Let's see if I can do it better like this. So she says, please let me know you are okay when you get this. They assured me that you won't be charged. I don't know who assured her this man won't be charged. They said they had to arrest you as a protocol when they saw the injuries on me and they knew we had a fight. So there was a fight. Let's go back and look at this man. Now, unless he was dating Um, the she Shrek person. I don't know. The Shrek person. Do you guys know She Wolf or She Shrek? I don't watch that foolishness. As soon as I saw it, I turned. Changed the channel. I didn't. I don't watch it. But unless that woman looked like She Shrek, woman Shrek, or whatever Shrek, She Hulk. She Hulk is the name. Girl, I definitely thought I was saying Hulk. I I definitely thought I was saying Hulk. I don't watch the She-Hulk. I have no clue what the She-Hulk is. I started watching one episode and I just stopped. Absolutely not. People forgot how to write movies, so I don't. So, but unless he's dating her, there is absolutely no way that you are going to look at me and tell me y'all were fighting, and I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. What? Unless the fight was a verbal one, I'm not about to do it with y'all. Nope. His attorney unknowingly did the Lord's work. Period. I hate everyone who says Fiona. Girl, they're both green. Look, wait, let me get back in here because I'm going to take my time. How do I put this? I remember very specific things about people, visual things, visual aid, if you will. And I will definitely call you by what that visual cue is. So because she's green, Shrek. Because Dr. Boyce Watkins have new teeth. I call him teeth, and y'all play too much. That was not a read. That was just what it was. Anywho, let's continue the literature that is supposed to exonerate him. I am so angry that they did. I'm so angry that they did, and I'm sorry you're in this position. We'll make sure nothing happens about this. I told them it was my fault for trying to grab your phone. Okay, so it was a physical fight because when you say, I don't know if she knows this, but when you say, I told them it was my fault, that does absolutely nothing. It was my fault. I tried to grab your phone. That's why you choked me. Like, what? What do you mean? So I don't know why the attorney, any person worth anything would read this and know this is not the evidence you put out to say, oh, look, he's innocent. I told them it was my fault for trying to grab your phone. I only just got out of the hospital. Now, I hope with everything in my heart that you being in the hospital had nothing to do with him and that incident. Because on one hand, you're saying, we got in a fight. It was my fault. I took your phone. I am now leaving the hospital. I hope that you going to the hospital had nothing to do with the fact that you got choked. Just call me when you're out. I love you. Now she said some more things. I'm not about to read all of this. But I did call my mom and I was doing some research and someone online confirmed something that my mom was talking about around abuse and abuse victims. Trigger warning. I mean, it's just the word, but I think it's important in this context because this is all I got. And so fawning is a trauma response where a person develops people-pleasing behavior to avoid conflict and establish a sense of safety. In other words, the fawn trauma response is a type of coping mechanism that survivors of complex trauma adapt to appease their abuser. When growing up in a dangerous environment, some people become aggressive, fight response, while others run away, flight response, while others still are unable to make a decision, freeze response. According to Pete Walker, complex PTSD is often associated with four possible responses. the so-called fawn response. The fourth, by the way, not four, but fourth. By developing a fawn trauma response, trauma survivors attempt to avoid conflict altogether by pleasing the abuser. They might agree with everything the abuser says, do things that will earn them approval, or set aside their personal feelings to avoid abuse. Now, this might just be about this case, but it applies generally. It applies generally to abuse and what we see in terms of how people interact with abuse and abuser. I think this is important. I think this is important to note as a general matter. It might be tied to this case, it might not be tied to this case, but I do know one thing, that attorney is not doing what an attorney is supposed to do. I don't know what the attorney is doing, but it's not what an I'm laughing. None of this is funny, by the way. I'm laughing because I'm sitting here thinking, did she really sit there in her office and thought, this is it. This is the thing that's going to get him released. This is going to get the world to see him as the good guy she thinks he is. And yeah, I'm about to release it. The text don't convey what the lawyer thinks it's conveying. That's my problem. The lawyer's choice of news outlet says everything. This is ridiculous to me. Like, it is ridiculous to me that anyone would read that and think, oh, she said fighting. She was at the hospital. She said it was her fault for trying to get her phone, that she was choked. Like, what? I don't know who did what, when, where, and how. But what I do know is this text message does absolutely nothing to help him. Absolutely nothing. In fact, I feel worse for the woman now. Like, I actually feel like a lot worse for the woman. While you guys read fawning, let me go check. I told you guys I'm making one pot chicken, so let me go check on that. The way things are smelling, it smells good, but too good. So it's probably right on the precipice of it's about to burn. If y'all are not on my Instagram, you need to go there because I'm about to post the picture. That looks good. I did that. Anywho, let's continue. So, the plantation, the network owner, Oyster, apparently there was a lot more coming out. And I was shocked when I saw all these people coming out doing all these things and saying things and doing things. Someone got a hold of a video. I need to put this out. Someone big, and I feel like people just like think that they can like intimidate you. I'm not easily intimidated by people online. Just an FYI, there's literally no one online that intimidates me as like a general matter. So when you message me asking me, telling me that I needed to take my video down, I did a short, and I was waiting to tell y'all this. I did a short where this man, King Riches, is out here essentially saying he would quit if he found out that Pearl was racist. He would quit, blah blah blah. And then the very next day he came back and he goes, what am I supposed to do? I told Pearl, even if she was racist, I wouldn't care, I wouldn't do anything, blah blah blah. So like, Wait, I think I missed a super chat while I was gone. Now you're sending super chats while I'm away. And so I put them together because hypocrisy, contradiction, blah, blah, blah. So that's why I put it together. I get an email saying this is a cease and I get a cease and desist email. No, I don't know whose lawyer sent me this email with a janky signature sign off. But no, it is your words on a public platform that you said that I'm putting forward. Yeah, no, I'm not taking it down. This is the official response to that. Cease says, I look forward to those papers. You can serve me via email. Only one person. I don't give this as a general rule. You have to serve me how you have to serve, but I give you full authority to serve me via email. People who want to serve me via email regarding the King Richards thing. Like the fact that you think you have a case when your words are being used against you, where you said in one video, if she was racist, I would leave. The next video, you say, even if she was racist, I couldn't leave because I have nowhere to go. I have nothing without her. Those are your words. So you said that. There is no context missing. There is no misappropriation of anything. There is no misunderstanding. Those are your words. And by the way, I keep saying those are your words and talking about the email separately because there's a part of me that does not believe he's the one who sent the email. I will No, I'm not going to tell you why. The email didn't come from the UK. So I don't think it was him. And people play too much on the internet, and I don't like having to do mental work to figure out who sent what email. Don't do that. It's really annoying, but it is what it is. Part of the game. Anywho, the video is not coming down. It is what it is. Like, you can pay me to take it down, and I still wouldn't take it down. So like. Okay, it would have been. You want to know something? Let me be honest. I would have taken that video down if someone had came to me and say, "Hey, I am embarrassed. It hurts, and I don't like that is out there. Can you take it down?" And then I would say, "I will take it down if," and then I would give you my demands. You might not have liked my demands, but that's what it is. So like. Pity is the way to get me to do something. If I have mercy and pity, you're not going to strong arm me into doing anything. So it is what it is. I don't think it was him though, because it wasn't a UK email address. Unless it's a Gmail, it wasn't sent from the UK. That much I knew. So I don't think it was him. Blaming Becky and taking no accountability holds no positive outcome for Black men, and especially Black women. It just makes everyone else see Black men as brutes, and we don't need these men abusing Black women instead of Becky either. Yeah, makes no sense to me. Yeah, I agree with this, by the way, based on God Flashy. Curry Up and Eat says, somebody tell this lady she plays a hero on TV. She can't save him. Thank you. I bet whoever sent the email has silver teeth like him. I think there's a lot of people trying to do kind of cleanup work. I don't think he's that. I don't think he's that dumb, because that would be giving me ammunition. I don't think. I don't think it's him. I know it didn't come from the UK, unless he had a VPN of some sort, or a way to make it seem like it came from the US. I don't think it's him. I don't think it's him. The glitch TLA sent it. All right. So let me go and watch what this man had to say. Wait, they worried about trying to serve you, but not their freedom papers for Miss Glenn. Y'all really went into servitude for 2 cents on every dollar. No, so I'll get into it. I have a PowerPoint slide, so I'll get into it. Thank you, Gia. Um, I think a lot of people think they can threaten people, and they must have not watched my live stream long enough to know anything about me. Because if you knew anything about me, you knew that wouldn't work. I strictly monitor my language on here for a lot of reasons, including the fact that I have to stand up and defend pretty much every word I say on here.
They don't deserve my time. They don't deserve me to say their names. That's why I will never say your names. Ever. But you're gonna say my names. You're gonna tag me in your videos, in your title, and you're gonna keep my name in your mouth. Yeah, even though you haven't brushed your teeth, you wanna fix your mouth to talk about me. Some of you don't even have no teeth in your mouth. Making video. Some of you look like Shrek. In fact, a lot of these guys that make videos, they look like Shrek, and they're talking about me. Why? Because they're jealous because I have good skin, I have good bone structure, and I'm big. And they know that even if they do have a girlfriend, their girlfriend will be fantasizing about me. Nonsense. Yes. Your girlfriend will be fantasizing about me. They'll be like, that boy's got good skin. I want some of that. He is fit. Oh my days. Look at his hair. I want to touch his hair. These girls want to touch my hair, bro. Your girl, you in that little room. In that little room. Your girl wants to touch my hair. My hair is probably longer than your girl's hair. And you want to fix your mouth to talk about me. Rubbish. Rubbish. Bro, I just come from the gym. Are you crazy? I just come from the gym. I'm pumped, bro. I'm ready. I'm here. You feel me? Like, come on, man. They can't mess with me, bro. Like, bro, it's like the last 2 days, I've just been thinking, like, I just scroll and I see these titles and these people making these videos. I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, bro, like, you ain't even an eighth of me. You're not even an eighth. And I'm not talking about the YouTube. I'm talking about man to man. Let's take social media out of it. You're not even an eighth of me. Some of these guys are way older than me, and they're making videos. They're so focused.
Girl, this man, this man said y'all don't even have his bone structure. wait. This man says you don't even have his bone structure. How dare you talk to him when you don't even have his bone? So this is bad. When I was in the UK, every time someone got angry and started flipping out, I can't fully understand and appreciate their anger, because it's just like, when I'm in America and I'm around someone in the US who is upset, I feel it. When I'm in Jamaica, I like run and hide because I feel it. When I'm in the UK and people get upset, I'm like, oh, are you sure? Are you sure you're mad? I just checking. I'll take your word for it. I think it's actually funny. I started with this for no reason outside of my hair is longer than your girl's hair. Okay. I mean, I guess you're that girl now. She's like, I'm that girl. I have long hair, don't care. I don't know what. I feel like he just got really upset. Y'all made this man upset, so he's like talking and just spitballing. He's just spitballing. I got hair, long hair, don't care. Like what? So I love this for him. I love this for him. Anyway, not to diminish his emotion. Not to diminish his emotion, but period. Y'all gonna call this man an indentured servant on Oyster's plantation, and that's not cool. Like, it's not cool. You can't be calling people coons and things like that. Don't do that. If this man likes his contract and like to be working for Pearl, it doesn't mean that he's a slave. We need to look at the contract first. So he's fit, friendly, and submissive. He's fit, friendly, and submissive, and he has cheekbones. Don't forget them cheekbones, girl. Do not. This man said his cheek. Period. Kosher says teeth were slave sellers marketing point. Oh, I didn't even know this. Not know this. I didn't even remember this. That people would like check the teeth of the Africans they were selling. During his pumping himself up tantrum, did he ever deny the contract pay or lockout? We're going to get into it because he actually said something that triggered me to look into the contract things, and that's when I found the video of the guy, but then everyone talked about it. He's flawed. He woke up like this. he woke up like this. What do you mean? He woke up like this. Her employee, her friend. Pray for him that massive pearl free him. Well, let's continue because period. So how do I put this? So this Garvey is what I call him. I've known about him for a while now. And in all honesty, I thought he was going to be the predominant figure, let's change that. The preeminent manosphere guy. I actually thought so. I was very, very wrong because apparently no one knows him, cares about him, listens to him, or whatever. So he makes a video and let's listen to it. But I do want to do some like theoretical work at this point. After this point. So let's hear him out first, and then we'll get into how I found compassion, why you will probably not have compassion, and why I think the weak, what I consider weak, mentally, should be left to do what they do and not. I don't know if I should try to reach because of the only solution that psychologists know about when ethical issues come around. And I think this is an ethical issue, moral and ethical issue. I'll explain that in a moment. I don't want to get ahead of myself. So that's why I'm trying to censor my language now.
And I decided to feature on her show. Now, when I featured on her show, because of my following in the UK, people would tune in. So essentially, I helped Pearl grow her channel. Okay, I was on there week to week, and I was working with her based on a fee. So the tragic death of Kevin Samuels happened, and there was a vacuum within the manosphere space. Who was it going to be filled by? It was actually filled by just Pearly Things along with other content creators. Now,
by the way, it is important that we all acknowledge the fact that these men were subject to a woman king. Like, let's pause for a moment. For all the talk about, oh, women are this and women are that, these men were subject to a women king. So that's the first issue. The second issue is the white manosphere rejected Pearly Things, and the black manosphere then crowned her. That's the second issue. The third issue is one of actual substance, I believe, in terms of why it is not okay for y'all to listen to these men. Hear me out. I don't give advice, but podcast shout out. I don't give advice, but here's why I think you shouldn't. I literally sat there and listened to multiple men defending Pearl, talking about how Pearl is giving black men jobs. What are black women doing? Multiple people made this claim. So I am confused as to, I thought women's job, education, and all of that did not matter, right? And you don't care because you are the man and you are supposed to be. I should have known that was some foolishness when Bill Gates' daughter is dating a black man and everyone is like, oh, get that money. I was like, so do y'all care about women's money and career or not? Because now it's reaffirming something we all already knew, which is this was pure jealousy. It is jealousy, it is envy, it is you feeling little when you see women doing well. That's what it was. Like, it is what it is. For you to even bring it up, for you to even have a sound effect saying PhD, sounds like you're mad, cross, angry, and miserable. And it sounds like a you problem and not a no one else problem. Like, that's what that's giving me. So on that end, I'm like, this is interesting. You keep talking about Pearl brings jobs and what she I forgot what the phrase he's calling, but essentially she's athletic, strong, she can hit a ball, and she is fit. And I'm like, I feel like you're describing the opposite of everything that you say women should be. Like, she is literally a boss hiring people into indentured servitude. By the way, indentured servitude is being used as a joke. She is literally hiring and giving you all jobs. So it feels like y'all are making a mistake in the assessment of what you want a woman to do. It sounds like you want a woman to be your leader. Maybe when you say it's a matriarchy, you meant outside of the home, it should be a matriarchy. Women should be helping men in the community because men wannabes, right? Like, so, anywho, moving on from that. Why is it that we're looking to this woman as a leader? Now, this guy right here, Garvey, is saying a lot of important things. He calls Pearl a colonizer, or Pearl having a colonizer's mindset. And it's cute and it's fun, and we're going to continue to watch it. But you continue to work with her, sir. You continue to endorse her. And so I am not one to say, oh, you don't get to see your weakness and address it and apologize and grow. I am not that person. But it feels odd to me that this is your position. Also, yes, the videos on my PowerPoints are lower. They are intentionally lower because I don't know how to increase them, intentionally because I want to be higher, but also I'm not doing the research to figure out how to turn it up. Kangs remind me of my late hamster, bless his heart. Yeah. Sinji told y'all, burn them capes, y'all toss them, and the man's found it. Shout out to the man that bent the knee. Right? Now, someone said, Themis, you need to stop talking about this. This is blah, blah. I'm not going to stop. Whenever I feel like something of import, I am going to continue to talk about it. I will, like, oh my God, it feels like you're milking the pearl thing. First of all, I wish I made money from YouTube. I wish I could. Because if I could, there would be literally every day, there would have been a video and it would be monetized, and I would have all kinds of Cash App, Venmo, everything would be on it. If I used my YouTube as a money-making mechanism, I would be milking this nonstop, tirelessly. I would have zero shame at all. I would care nothing about anyone's opinion of any. I would go in every single day. Every single day. Is it helping? I don't care. And that's just that on that. You gonna start a plantation? Absolutely not. Anywho, back to this. So as I'm sitting there, I'm like, that's interesting. I am watching, and these men are saying women need to compete. Pearl came in here, the black manosphere, and outcompete and beat the women. And I'm sitting around and I look to my right and I look to my left and I was like, got it. This is not true. The double negative. This is very true. This is true. She did come into the manosphere and outcompeted the women in there. They should feel terrible. They didn't just outcompete the men in the manosphere, propped her up and made her the woman king. So that is to the men's credit. They gave her that power. And so the women in the manosphere, I feel bad for you. It is what it is. Sucks to suck. Blah blah blah. You can do better. All of that. But then I was like, that is true. But we just not going to talk about how she outcompeted the men. So we just go and drag the women and say Pearl came in here and outcompeted y'all. Y'all not going to point out the fact that she literally outcompeted. These people just drag themselves. Like, it's so interesting to watch the discourse around this, where like, women, you have no accountability. This woman can come and take your man. And I'm sitting there like, take your man? The man has to leave. You're pretending like the men have no right, like no agency here. Like, white women are coming to take your man. It's like, no, they're not. Y'all are going. Like, they're really not. They're really. What's his name? Mama. All right, let me put one thing on the Discord. On the Discord, I love y'all. We do all kind of mess on the Discord, but I'm gonna have to tell you this. I can't listen to Mumia Obsidian. I can't. I cannot. I'm so sorry. I know I say I want to listen to random people all over the manosphere. I know I don't even play him on here because like his approach to conversation is one of from my perspective, he might be a learned man. He might have a bunch of degrees. I don't know him. I actually don't. I don't watch enough of his content to make any judgment. But from my perspective, he's a pseudo intellectual. I don't engage with pseudo intellectuals. I don't engage with people I think are dumb. And I also don't engage with people who I perceive as pseudo intellectuals, right? If you can't analyze data, I'm not about to do it, right? So I appreciate you guys wanting me to engage with his material and react to it. I find it useless. I don't engage because there's no meaning to it. I watched a good chunk of his video today, actually. And in watching it, I'm like, this young lady is like debating with him, going back and forth, and he's just shouting, moving the goalpost. It's like, it's not like, I don't know what people like him. Apparently he has a bigger channel than mine. I don't know. He is doing what he's doing. I can't listen to him. Today I heard him essentially say that white women are taking black men, and I'm like, are you objects to be taken? He's like, women need to compete and need to be held accountable. White women have taken your man. They've taken your degrees. They've taken your movement. They've taken everything from you. And I'm sitting there like, no. We collectively, including black men, have lost hip hop, have lost culture, have lost essentially everything we've ever made to white society, in particular sect of white society, that enslaved all of us, you included. I'm not engaging with this on an intellectual level. I'm going to say this and then I'm going to move on. The research, longitudinal research out of Harvard and Stanford coming together, show that Black women, when they start at the same economic level as white women and other race of women, but white women the study was particularly concerned about, outperform or do the same as white women in terms of socioeconomic standing 40 years later. When comparing Black men to white men, Black men fell short significantly, right? And so the conclusion was the issue in the Black community about socioeconomic standing is not a fault of Black women, but solely on the backs of Black men. And so that's the research, right? That's how you do that kind of research. Now, I would expect you're not, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the men generally in the manosphere. The rebuttal to that is obviously is maybe racism affects Black men differently than it does Black women, and maybe there's an argument around what that means and how to address it. That's what y'all need to focus on, myself included, when I said y'all, not telling Black women that they don't know how to compete, because technically they do. They're just at a really terrible disadvantage when it comes to the competition. Statistically, it has been proven. The research, yeah, Ivy said, females, they don't care. They always call themselves the muscle, not the brain. Yeah, let me stop talking. Actually, let's move on. I don't actually think they care. I agree with you. I don't know why I'm doing this. And the way that these people talk, it's like they shout over everyone. They don't engage. They try to trick you into some weird conversation as opposed to the conversation that you're having. It is ridiculous. It is a mess, but let's get into it. I appreciate you. Yeah. Curry Up and Eat says, Pearly came through like the end of Riddick and stole the throne. Flawless victory, right? Or Brand the Broken. Or Brand the Broken at the end of Game of Thrones. That ending annoyed me. I mean, I understood where it was going, but that they made him king literally made no sense. His storyline could have been cut out of the whole show. I thought it was going somewhere and it didn't, and I wanted it. Anyway, let's continue. What am I talking about?
I believe that the reason why this space was filled is because Kevin Samuels had a large following of Black men. And these Black men were essentially fed up with the way feminism had taken over their community, specifically their women. So,
sorry, I'm going to try to let him get a lot out. But that feminism has taken over the community is literally not a thing. So when you start your movement on a faulty premise, this is going to be the conclusion. And feminism definitely did not take over anything. It absolutely did not take over anything in the Black community. Black women have been working, will continue to work, and it's just that on that. It's not a thing. Black women aren't being controlled by feminism. Like, this argument is so tired, just like Pearly Things contracts. Pearly Things out here being shook knight, and y'all worried about a feminism. Yeah, you know these men are liars talking about a feminism and how it's bad. Meanwhile, they're out here working for a woman. Women are amazing. They can lead. You can follow. It is what it is. You two are a feminist. If you're working for Pearly Things, you don't have a problem with feminism, girl. You don't. If you're working for Pearly Things as a man, you don't have a problem.
when he died, there was a vacuum, and a lot of Black men looking for content like this, and it was filled by Pearl. And I believe that Pearl rose to fame because she herself was the opposite of what those men had been seeing. She was a white woman. She wasn't the types of women that they had been seeing. And essentially, she was regurgitating Kevin Samuels's content. So I began working with Pearl, and from the beginning, I started to think that maybe this girl has a colonial mindset. Now, we all know that we don't want to be paranoid.
From the beginning, you started. I don't want to drag him because this is a good video. But from the beginning, you thought she had a colonial mindset and you still sat there and built her channel because I didn't want to be paranoid. That's not a good enough excuse. That's the excuse you give, and I think people give when they sold other people off into slavery. What do you mean you thought she had a colonial mindset, but it would have been good if you said, you know what? I didn't see that she had a colonial mindset. And in retrospect, hindsight, and all of that, I now realize she had a colonial mindset. That would have been that would have been easier for me to metabolize than I thought she had a colonial mindset from the get-go, but I didn't want to be paranoid. So yeah, no, I gave her my platform, built her up. And hopefully in the end, she is not. Hopefully at the end, right now, in this moment where she came before she had anything, or a lot of subscribers and followers, before she had a real name in the sphere, I suspected she had a colonial mindset. Now, because I don't want to be paranoid, I went ahead and took a chance on her without fully testing if she had a colonial mindset. And oops, well, yeah, she have a colonial mindset. Someone said, put him on 1.2 speed. I can't. So what I've done is people have been deleting videos. He hasn't deleted his though, so I should just play his. But what I've done is I have recorded these videos and then put them into my PowerPoint, embedded them in there. Because what you're not about to do is delete these videos. That's what you're not about. So I just wanted to keep my video evidence. So I apologize. Let me make this bigger. Maybe if it's bigger, like you guys won't fall asleep listening to him.
So I kept working with her. However, the more I worked with her is the more that I saw. She had a colonial type viewpoint when it came to Black people. And I had to school her a few times on what it was like to be Black and the Black experience, and also what slavery and colonization was actually like. Do you think that historical catastrophes must be compensated for?
No.
No.
That's stupid.
So then...
So wait. You don't get off that easy. Do you think historical catastrophes should be compensated for? What he's asking about is reparation. She goes, nope, that's stupid. It did on one of these dusky streams, they ask her about whether or not she believed in reparation. And she goes, no, but pretend like she doesn't know and talk about how hard that would be. She literally just said in this stream with him that, oh my God, that's stupid. To pay people, oh my God, he's going to explain it. It's interesting that a man like this, who I think is actually kind of smart, is in the manosphere. I guess he's not that smart because he thought she was a colonial mindset person and still propped her up. So he's not that smart. But let's continue.
I'm not agreeing or disagreeing.
Yeah.
So then, how come there were groups of people that got compensation then?
How come?
For instance, like Jewish people, Chinese people, Japanese people with the bombs. Like there were groups of people who got compensated.
I don't know.
So it wasn't fair.
What? Well, I'm talking about like what?
I don't like these type of people. Actually, let me explain what I know. You know those people who like really find it like fun and important that they teach people about race and racism and colonization? Those people are really annoying to me. You don't have to teach the people who invented racism and white supremacy about racism and white supremacy. That's what most of my white friends told me, and I believe it. Chubby has been a member for 9 months. Thank you so much. You know, the creators of colonialism and white, you don't have to teach them. They will sit there and drain you of all your energy while you tell them things while not caring. Because this woman don't care.
When I think about group, I think about reparations. So I mean, maybe if the people were still alive today, like, I don't know, maybe. But, like, when you said historical, I thought you meant, like, in the past, not the present.
Yeah, so, like, in the past, so, like, people talk about slavery. So, in the past, you know, the Holocaust happened. In the past, you know, the Japanese, but people got compensated for it.
Yeah.
There's a book, right, called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And when you read that book, you realize that the whole Industrial Revolution and stuff like that was started because of the colonization. And you just think, well, if you didn't do that, then you wouldn't be as successful.
So what do you mean by the colonization?
So
I actually don't care if she knows what colonization is or if she doesn't. I'm not about to sit here and explain what colonization is to her. The conversation is too much for you. The fact that he got so excited to explain colonization is annoying me. The fact that he got so excited to explain to this woman what colonization is annoying me. The fact that this idea that, oh my God, she's relying on a black man to say slavery wasn't that bad, Thomas Sowell, so we can't be mad at her. That's just the one book she read. You expect me to believe that she went out in earnest to figure out about slavery and just so happened to fall on Thomas Sowell? I don't think so. I think she already believed what she believed and she found a black man who can validate her belief and then used it. That's what I believe. Absolutely no way. And I'm not about to sit here and explain to this woman what colonization is. I am not about to do that. The fact that he got so excited explained to me, without him doing it, why, even though he believed she had a colonized mindset, he was still willing to let her climb up on her back and him carry her to the finish line of controlling the manosphere. He didn't care. Now that it's coming out, oh, I have stories to tell about pearly things. Oh, I mean, we care. Please continue to tell us. We do care. Please continue to tell us the stories, because period. But like, I don't care for you either. You knew, and you sat there smiling like, let me tell you about colonization. Are you that dense? Do you actually believe she doesn't know what colonization is? Do you actually believe no, you were just so happy to help her out. Let me tell you what colonization is. Really? You just, like, they get so excited, like, oh my God, let me tell you. So colonization is, right? A lot of Western powers that were predominantly white, actually all white, they came and they just started taking things. They cut up Africa on the map without any care for what tribe belonged where and with whom, and they just did what they did. Colonization, yeah. Why? You think she doesn't know what colonization is? It's absolutely no way that you're over the age of 18 and not know what colonization is. I don't care. You're not, even if you don't, I'm not about to explain it. I'm not about to waste my time and explain it to you. I'll do it here because I'm among my people. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it. What is colonization? What do you mean, what is colonization? Why are you here? That's degrading. You just sit there like getting excited to like explain colonization. She obviously don't care, and she's obviously running out the clock on whatever conversation you're having because she doesn't want to engage. She's not about to care about reparations. She doesn't want you to have it, and she's wasting your time. You also knew that. You didn't care. Talking about, I noticed she had a colonized mindset, a colonizer's mindset, and I just didn't want to overreact. So you gave her the keys to the kingdom? What? Y'all talking about leadership. Look, if women didn't follow you, that's because you weren't supposed to be followed.
Colonization of Africa, so both the people and the resources, right? There's a direct correlation between the colonization of Africa and the Industrial Revolution.
Okay.
And so with all
Exactly. Kanye 2023.
the metals and the rubber and all this kind of stuff
So-
coming from Africa,
Okay.
it fueled the Industrial Revolution of the West.
Wait, so are you saying like in Africa, when you say colonize, you're saying like did England come in and colonize?
Yeah, like, so European, France,
Okay.
Spain, Portugal,
Okay.
England.
And they like enslaved Africans, and
Yes.
that's what you're saying. Okay.
So they enslaved and at least colonized the continent.
Okay.
So when you colonize a continent and then you take ownership of the resources, you're able to gather those resources together and use them to your own benefit.
Right.
And so you gather those resources, use them to your own benefit, and build up your.
This woman is playing. This woman is literally playing in his face, and you gonna come back talking about you knew she had a. How? See, this is actually true. It is only on YouTube when I open the panel, because I don't want to disrespect people, that you're going to ask me some kind of question that I think is reductive, and I'm going to answer and continue a conversation with you. I'm not about to do that. I don't do, no, you just don't. You need to go back and you need to go do some work. Like, you actually need to do some work. I'm not about to sit here more than, this is wrong actually. Because she doesn't bother me as much. I've seen this too many times for it to bother me as much. What bothers me is the glee with which these people, the black man here, but people like him, give up and expend so much energy to teach people about colonization and racism. They know they don't care. And you're not about to change her mind on reparation. She came there with a Thomas Sowell book and no other book. Why do you think that is? It's not because that was the only thing available to her. This is deeply degrading. I am disgusted. I am too. Hey, Concern, thank you for my PowerPoint. She didn't make this PowerPoint, but she did make the outline of the PowerPoints, and I've been very grateful. Thank you. The path to hell is paved with good, paved in pearl. I was like, good intent. Paved in pearls. Thank you, April. Ultimately, my black men stay on layaway, still sit on auction. Look, everyone is like, take me. It's kind of ridiculous.
Economy,
Right.
all the while messing up the economy of that actual country.
Right.
So that video was filmed in 2022. And in that video, what you saw was me attempting to tell Pearl and show Pearl what colonization was like. How people went to another group of.
What you saw in that video was not you attempting to do anything. You were not trying to teach her. She already knew. You knew she knew. This is choice word, wannabes. All right. You knew precisely. You knew that she knew everything that you already told her. You just got off on repeating it to her on screen. There was absolutely no reason for you to explain to her what colonization is. There is absolutely, positively no way under God's earth on Beyonce's internet that she did not know what colonization was. So you sitting up here telling us that you in that video was trying to explain to her what colonization is, I'm just going to say absolutely not. You should take several seats somewhere and don't ever do it again. Because you told us you thought she had a colonizer's mindset and you still gave her the keys to the kingdom. Beyonce told us y'all have the keys to the kingdom and y'all just give it away. Black is king, stream it. I'm sorry.
People and took their resources and took what was theirs and built their empire off of it. So when Pearl now plays like she doesn't know what colonization is, and she doesn't know what slavery is, and she says these insensitive statements, in that video, I actually attempted to give her a book. It was called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. I've read it.
I'm gonna stop you right here and get, because if I don't stop you here and move on, I'm not about to get into my theoretical work that I want to get into, and I'm gonna go in there with the spirit of anger. And the spirit of chaos and anger and drag is here, and I rebuke it. I rebuke it because no, we are going in the good spirit of the Lord. Because absolutely not. Why you gave her that book? Why? Why did the only book this woman cares to read about Black people is from Thomas Sowell? And if Candace Owens write a book, then maybe she will read that. She did. She probably actually read Candace Owens' book. Someone need to ask her. So at this point, we know what her political allegiance is. Like, we get it. I don't know how you didn't get it, talking about you saw it, but you just want to continue. Like, one good thing before we go on, I do like the turtleneck. So, I'm not about to play this. No, I'm going to play a part of this. I'm going to play a part of this because I had to go back to some of the videos that I've seen him done with Pearl, because there was one thing in my outline previously that I wanted to get to. And in fairness, this is the one thing that I will say. In fairness, he's not American. I don't know if he's been to America. And maybe he was talking about reparations generally. But as it relates to the US, I cannot expect him to understand racism and slavery, Jim Crow, and any of that from a sort of US perspective. So I will let that go because he's never lived here. He probably have never studied any of this. But what I won't let go is this, where he agrees with Pearl. And I'm going to move on from this, but let's get to it. Okay, why is my video not playing? See, this is the foolishness that I don't like. Anyway, he agrees with that racism and internalized racism is the same for Black people as it is for white people. And that's not true. Ultimately, it comes down to power, who has it and why. Anyway, let's get into the foolishness. So here's the theoretical work. I would say go get your food. This is the boring part. And I'm not asking about empathy. I'm telling you how I have structured all of the conversation online in my mind. So our need to be good, I think, is true. I think most people see themselves as good and want to be good. I think a lot of the issue come about with the action that one has to take to match what they believe about themselves with who they are. This is what we call cognitive dissonance. It is the discomfort one feels when that which you believe yourself to be is different from what your action says you are. And we try to reconcile these differences in a myriad of ways, right? But in the articulation of wanting to be good, I think there is an overwhelming psychological and sometimes organizational pressure that pushes us to do things that are ultimately inconsistent with who we are. The premise for this is a problem, obviously. The premise for wait, 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 not me just talking. I've seen this picture so many times that like I'm talking and like I didn't even register the picture and I'm like, y'all completely forgot which picture I put up there. So it is what it is. What did 2L say? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm pretending like that wasn't. She is a Fuentes read the book whilst on the date, laughing maniacally, then tossed in Chile's trash can. Yeah. You haven't posted how your one pot chicken is coming along. Oh no, it is beautiful. I just took it out. I just took it out and it is amazing. I will post it in a moment. I did dip a fork in it, so that might make it not aesthetically pleasing. So when we think about ethic, people being ethical and moral, you cannot just be quote unquote an ethical or moral person. I think everyone is boundedly ethical and boundedly rational. I will explain what boundedly ethical and boundedly rational means. I had a long discussion with my professor last night, past professors, and we got into it. The question is that we're going to be thinking about is, do you feel like being Black is a good thing? Do you feel a part of Blackness in terms of a community? How do you define whiteness, and is whiteness in your mind superior? How do you view whiteness in relation to Blackness? Again, that superiority notion. Are you in an atmosphere where a group is supposed to be dragged? So if you believe fundamentally that Black women need to be dragged, how does this shape the way that you interact with the person who drag that group if they don't share your identity and may inflict harm on you based on your identity? Those are important questions. How does this affect a person, and how important is joining a group? Joining a group, by the way, is going mainstream. That's all that means, going mainstream. So these are some of the questions I wanted in the back of my mind when I went into talking with my professor and outlining for this live stream. So moral blindness is a term that is used in the corporate world. Anywho. I couldn't help myself. Anyway, so moral blindness is used in the corporate world. It's how we analyze how people behave based on different kinds of incentives. So it is the temporary inability to see the ethical aspect of a decision being made. What we're talking about here is doing something that we think is wrong, or we would think is wrong, but based under the circumstances, we don't understand fully how what we're doing is wrong. This is usually done when we talk about waste in certain kinds of corporation that affect the environment negatively, because the bottom line is to make money. A lot of people engage in reaching the bottom line, but not so much as thinking about the action in the framework of morality, right? They're thinking about their action in relation to their bottom line. This is also true in human behavior. And it also happens in defense of other people. So you are more willing to defend people who have a benefit to you directly, right? So if you can benefit from someone's success, then, or if you believe, you don't even have to be able to benefit. If you believe you can benefit from someone's access, from proximity to someone, then you are more willing to defend them and their behavior, and the moral blindness that exists because of the incentives to protect. it doesn't fully, this is where you guys might disagree with me. It doesn't actually fully mean that you're immoral. It just means you have not understood your action in a moralistic framework. Rather, you are looking at what you want to do by figuring out the end goal, right? So if you look at what you want and you're looking at the end goal, then from a utilitarian perspective, the end justifies the mean, but you are not thinking about the means by which you're getting to the end. So there is a little bit of moral ambiguity around how we should judge the people who engage in this behavior, at least from my professor's standpoint. My point is, if you do it, you're terrible. So the question then becomes, how do we make more ethical decision when the decision we make and whether or not we can consider it ethical is deeply situational? We've actually talked about this a lot when we talk about self-defense. To the extent we're engaging in protecting ourselves, then actually taking someone's life is something that is justified, but just taking someone's life isn't. So situations matter, and it's super important here. All right. But then we have theory and practice. When we think about bounded ethicality, we're thinking about people being rational. We're thinking about people who make rational decisions. And we're also thinking about people who the decisions that are rational must be the decisions that are in the interest of the individual or make you happy. The Nobel Peace Prize winner in economics, Herbert Simon, actually refined this. We are not boundedly ethical in the way that most people think. This is dependent primarily on the information we have, how we analyze and process the information, and ultimately what we think will make us happy, which doesn't always make us happy. In the context of what is going on online, for someone like, let's just pick a random man online defending Pearl, a random black man online defending Pearl. It is very difficult for them to understand. Even some of them do. A lot of them actually, I think, fully understand it. But in the initial stage of defense, these people probably only saw their pocketbooks. These people only saw an opportunity to latch on to someone they think is good. These people probably saw Pearl because of her whiteness, and this is super important, as an authority figure. It is through these lenses that they are willing to throw themselves out there in front of a moving bus and get hit by it, i.e., a lot of these men have lost the ability to tell people that they have integrity. They have lost all sense of reliability in terms of being a moral compass. I don't care what their subscribers say. It is absolutely impossible that you look at these men talking in any meaningful way and think they're ethical. But you don't have to be ethical to do well. In fact, one could argue that being ethical might prevent you from doing well. Integrity actually might prohibit the ability to advance. So think about that before we get into the conclusion. And also the sunk cost fallacy, right? After you've made the initial statement about defense of Pearl, it then becomes extraordinarily difficult for you to retract those statements because you have now tied yourself, your integrity, your platform in defense of. You have to reverse in a way that proves that you were wrong initially, and a lot of people are not willing to come back and say they were wrong. Thus, we get doubling down. Now, let me be clear. I've said this so many times, but I have to repeat. I'm not one to double down. If I make a mistake, I'm going to make that mistake, and I'm going to come back and tell you that I made that mistake. The answer actually is reflection, humility, and admitting you were wrong. Now, that just sounds like it's not going to happen. And this is why I don't really engage fully with this kind of framework. These people are not about to reflect, they're not about to be humble, and they're not about to admit they are wrong. I use MTR here because I think he might be one of the very few people who overtly accepted that he was wrong. He is still wrong and he will continue to be wrong. All right, so let's continue. I just wanted to get that out of the way. While someone may want to be ethical, they might also want to please a person they see as the authority figure, right? Pearly Things is the authority figure. For better or worse, when we think about the manosphere, Pearly Things is their authority. She is their queen. She is their messa. She is that girl to them in the manosphere. And these men look up to Pearly Things, right? So they look up to him. They care about her. They care about Oyster, right? If this is racialized, I argue this might be what we consider coon behavior, right? It is when we can objectively, because we are not in the situation, look at the people talking and defending Oyster in this way, we can make judgments on them because they are external to us. Their situation is external to us, and we can more objectively look at their behavior and say, yo, this is not good. There is absolutely no reason to defend someone who says slavery wasn't that bad. Unless you agree with her, you could literally just, I don't know, step back. Someone said Themis used the C word. No, I'm using the C word academically. I'm using the C word academically. So we can describe this behavior as quote unquote coon behavior, right? Might be action to please. So the action is to please the person they see as being their leader, the person they see as the authority figure. They are showing and performing in some ways for that person to see them as valuable and gain favor in the eyes of those that they think are the authority figures, right? The issue with, well, it's not an issue. Generally, we see children do it. The issue ultimately is when grown men do it and the authority figure might be racist, right? And that's how we get the quote unquote coon behavior. By the time this is realized, for a lot of them, they're too far into it and they're going to have to double down instead of admitting that their initial defense was quote unquote coonery. So the cooning continues. The focus is on pleasing the authority figure rather than the ethical issue. Also true for being part of the team. So if you want to go mainstream, you think this person has the power to make you go mainstream, you're defending that person and you might have already justified in your mind that this is not that bad and I will be able to get over it. And so I'm not about to engage with this morally, but I'm just going to look at the ends and see if I can justify my behavior towards meeting the end goal, which is what I want to be. And so we end up at the sunk cost fallacy, and they won't stop and they won't come back. They've invested too much for them to be thinking about morality in their engagement. And that's kind of how I see these people. Now, I had a video explaining this that I got somewhere on YouTube that I think is very close, but I don't care. I don't care to explain it. So let's continue. All right. When I think about it, it makes sense that King Riches was saying that he's not about to quit. Regardless of if Pearl is racist, he's going to continue to work for Pearl. That makes sense because he's not thinking about this from a moral perspective. He's thinking about this from an economic advantage perspective. But is this economically advantageous? And remember, you're boundedly logical, right? So you might be unable to see, the outcome is not good for you in the long run because of the short term sort of instant gratification of getting access to, I don't know, a studio, good lighting, maybe more subscriber. But ultimately, if you build in this way, it's not great. Someone said Andrew Tate has been released. I saw that. I was intentionally ignoring it. He's been released and he's now on house arrest. All right. So the other day, Pearl put out a tweet of, not a tweet, this was in her community tab, and she said, "Are you subscribed to my network talent? Tune in to my tune in to King Richard's and Auntie Jenny channels, both going live today." So when I saw the my network, I was curious. I was very, very, very curious because I heard the word network used before by FD Signifier, and networks on YouTube are apparently how you make a ton of money. And I know this. Well, let's hear FD Signifier. He did this video a long time ago, but I remember things. Listen to this. This is the Shook Knight comment about networks on YouTube.
Money. I be talking to folks on the low. A lot of black creators I connect with. I'm like, yo, don't let them demonetize your shit. If you can hold off and get that monetized, do it. Cause like we still got to eat. I'm not saying give up your checks, but that's for labor. That's for a creation I made. I'm not about to start like one of the first things I had people telling me when I started like getting serious and big. People said, yo, you know, the real money in YouTube is to start a network under you as an umbrella. I'm like, you mean a record label, my nigga? A YouTube record label? You want me to be you want me to be Suge Knight on YouTube? Death row videos? But it's true. And there's people out there that do it. You know, you look at like the Fine Brothers were one of the main culprits of that. You can start a whole bunch of channels under an umbrella and get a whole bunch of people employed and make a lot more money for a lot less effort. You too can be a capitalist if you want. But understand, if that's what you do, don't try to make your capitalist.
The white woman said she looks like Larry Bird. Look, so let's be clear. When she said the word network, 3 days, I took this, I think, yesterday. So a couple days ago, I was like, wait, am I tripping, or does Pearly Things actually have a network? Like, does Pearly Things have a network of people under her that that she's working with? And sure enough, she does. So King Richards was talking, and someone asked him if he was signed to Pearly Things. And I'm just sitting there trying to figure out what's what, because are you signed to Pearly Things, and what is this all about? Apparently, he said, I own King Richards. I completely own King Richards, and any situation that I'm in, I can leave. I'm trying, the white woman, sorry. I can leave and I get more than 10%, I get more than 15%. And I think he stopped at 15%. And I'm trying to figure out, wait, why did he stop at 15%? Like, what is happening? Shut up and dribble, girl. Fox News, right? So I then went back. And then we found this video, which is part of the one we were listening to. I don't like how my I'll fix this later. I'm not about to do this while we're on screen. Some of my videos have decided that they wanted to not play fully. So I went on and let's hear what this contract is jealous of. It's jealous of. Let's hear what this contract is made up of.
Which she has said to me on many occasions that she shares with Candace Owens. So when you have a colonial mindset and you have a management who tell you what to say, what generally happens in my personal point of view and what I actually saw was that she began to start paying people pittance. She began to start offering contracts to people that owned them, just like a colonial master would. Case in point, myself and Pearl sat down to have a conversation about me signing to her contractually. And I want to make this very clear. I have never signed to the Just Pearly Things Network. I have always been an independent. Pearl has known that, and I have known that. And so anytime I worked with Pearl, we had agreed a fee, and I worked for that fee. I have never been signed to the Just Pearly Things contracts. However, she has signed a few Africans, namely King Riches and Auntie Jenny. Now, I have no problem with a King Riches or an Auntie Jenny. However, if we look at the contracts that they signed, you would understand the reason why I use the term colonization and colonial. Now, myself and Pearl sat down to have a conversation, and she expressed to me that she wanted to do a new segment for her show. In that segment, she said that she would like me to present a topical news show on a day-to-day basis. So I said, okay, no problem. Talk to me. What are we talking about? And she said she would want me within her studio 4 days per week. I said, okay, from what time? She said from 10 in the morning till 5 o'clock in the evening. And I said, okay, well, that is 7 hours. I said, so working 4 to 5 days a week for 7 hours is essentially a day job. I said to her, okay, so what is my guaranteed fee at the end of the month? What is the salary? And she looks at me and she says, we do not do guarantees and we do not do salaries. So I said, so if you don't do guarantees and you don't do salaries, what is it that you actually do? And she said she does percentages. So I said, okay, cool. Well, what's the percentage? She said, Sarah, you're the high end, so you will get 70-30. So I said, fine, okay, let me listen. 70% goes to me and 30% goes to you. Now she looked at me and she said, no, 70% goes to me, Pearl, and 30% goes to me, Sarah Garvey. And that's when I started scratching my head. And I said, hang on a minute. So are you telling me that's a high-end contract for you? And she said, yes. And I said, so are you saying...
Wait. This is kind of embarrassing. This is kind of embarrassing. He got a high-end contract where he was going to be getting, she was going to be getting 70% of what he made. And that was on the high end. I noted here that he was over like 90K, and none of the people that's under Pearl currently are even close to that. So God knows what King Rich is talking about. Oh my God. Period. Not even P. Diddy would do that. I'm kidding. P. Diddy probably would do that. Pearl Diddy. I didn't know P. Diddy stand for Pearl Diddy.
which she has said to me on many occasions that she shares with Candace Owens.
So, anywho, this is Pearl sleeping. Shut up and dribble. I have to read that. Even Pearl knew they can't math like the black women. Look, so Pearl, this is Pearl right now as these men are out here complaining and crying. This is where we talk about power a little bit before we get to because he even talked about, I don't want to play this because I don't care, but he talked about how they were throwing parties and Pearl was recording people at parties doing all kinds of foolishness. So she got kicked off the US white TikTok fat shit. Yeah. So Pearl is out here, and Pearl has once again done what we know people tend to do, right? This is how power is cultivated. There was a professor, he's really famous, from Stanford University, who went around and did do you guys know what Profs and Pines are? Profs and Pines is these lectures where really famous people and really smart people, they go to different places and you get drinks and you come in and you listen to them lecture for a while. I know that a lot of it happens in DC, it happens in New York, and it happens in Atlanta. And I used to really, prior to the pandemic, I used to really love going to these lectures when even when my own professors show up. I definitely went to support when those things happen. But if you don't know about it, look it up in your neighborhoods or whatever. You should do it. It's really fun, I think, if you like learning. Is this the dude who said black men own black women? Look, I don't know. Yeah. So one of the lectures I went to was about power, right? And how power is maintained by people who generally didn't have power and how it operates. So the basic sort of analysis is this. For you to accumulate power, you have to trick people into believing, let me get bigger. You have to trick people into people who have power into believing that they don't. Then you take said power, which is translated into like resource access on YouTube, subscribers, sign off. The Kardashians actually are very good at accumulating social media and media power generally, right? And what happens is you trick people into believing that they need you and then make them dependent on you, all the while elevating yourself off of their backs, right? Now, if you are a basic person who have no real talent and not that intellectual, not that much of anything, if you go to a community that sees value in you just for existing, and you get enough people who have power within said community, I don't know, the manosphere, and you figure out how to get them on your side. I don't know if you come from an economically privileged background, pay them, tell them they're great, and then weaponize whiteness, find out what they want to hear and say it. Figure that out, move them around enough, and you can consolidate a fortress using these people in order to elevate yourself. I actually think, instead of being outraged, I actually think this is a really amazing way to analyze how power was concentrated and weaponized for the benefit of an individual. I think this is actually a really good case study. And it's interesting that it was pointed out that Pearl shares a management team with Candace Owens and I think Ben Shapiro. It's quite interesting that that's a reality, or at least an alleged reality, because these movements seems actually very specific. When I think about the Daily Wire, for example, and how they have weaponized particular ideology around conservatism and outrage culture and built a very powerful machine in the conservative world, I think that's actually really emblematic of how, and he said a colonial mindset, it's actually really emblematic of how Pearl was able to weaponize whiteness, weaponize ignorance, weaponize even womanhood, and use that to her advantage amongst a group of men who seem to want to go mainstream, who seem to want white validation. I think it's Like I'm no longer like upset and like, oh my God, these men hate black and blah blah blah. I'm like, it's interesting because in their mind, and when they said it out loud, they are the ones benefiting from Pearl, not the reverse. And so if you can accumulate power without the people you're taking power from, recognizing that you're extracting both labor and in turn power, you can just continue to do that ad infinitum. Like you don't have to stop ever because these people don't actually know that they're the ones being used. Like, imagine this, and I promise you this is true. Until Pearl went on that platform, Obsidian. Until Pearl went on that podcast, she had the posture of "I am sorry." She did. Her posture, even though she didn't believe this, everything she said, I believe she believed it until she went on that podcast, she took the position of just apologize. When she went on there and realized, oh my God, this is how far these men will go for me, you gassed her up. You gassed her up and put her back out there, and now it's on you. Like, you can continue to be used. Like, the question is, when you were being violently, when labor was violently being extracted from us, do we believe that there were points in which the people who were extracting said labor might have been wanting to let us go, but there were other people who were like, please don't do it. We don't know what to do. It feels like, and I don't want to take this and project it out into more meaningful dialogues, but it feels weird that a woman who said something bad about a black community, a white woman said something bad about a black community, would then change gears after she became apologetic, after a bunch of black men told her, yeah, you don't have to be sorry. Like, then they're literally so delusional that they actually believe that they are benefiting more from proximity to her than she's benefiting from proximity to them. Mind you, the white manosphere all but kicked her out. The black manosphere, for some reason, think that they're benefiting from having her. And I think if we don't think about this in terms of interest and ultimate benefiting, if we don't think about it in this way, these men won't wake up. And even after they wake up, because if they fought so hard for her, they won't admit it. But please note, if you know nothing else from this live stream, please know that you are the one who gives her power and credibility in the community. And because you decided she doesn't have to apologize, she no longer has to apologize. This is power 101. At least that was the lecture I went to. And when we talk about how you hide people's power from them in order to take it and why this is unethical, I recognized it immediately, but I was too caught up in black men, we can do better and we have dormant powers and we need to figure this out. I was too caught up in that to realize the games being played and how I was going to say y'all, but we have lost. And by we, I mean black men. Diva says, let me find out Pearl out here doing sharecropping contracts and they're signing. Look, not only are they signing them, they're defending them, they're defending her, they're gassing her up because they don't see that she, in whatever negotiation is happening, they're the ones losing. And it's sad that they don't see that. It's unfortunate, but let me not say that. Themis, I now know what those comments were for. It's all for the name Pearl knows is collecting Pearl knows is collecting like rings. Period. She's out here collecting. Pearl, I'll do it like my ancestor did it. Period. Why reinvent the wheel? it's like Daenerys Targaryen. She come, I'm going to break the wheel. Absolutely not. I'm not breaking anything. I'm just going to take over. But what is it? Blood and ash? Was that the phrase? Blood and ash? Yeah, in Game of Thrones. Top P has earned her position. This is pimping. Period. They're out here talking about they know pimpology and this is how you pimp, and I'm gonna show you the game. No, you got played. That's the only game. The only game being played is the one where you got played. Yeah. That's the only game you're in. The game where you got played. That is the only game. Now, I don't care about this. I want to get to I'm not going to open the panel yet. I'm going to in a minute. But I wanted to frame all of that. Oh my God, that's 2 hours. That was a lot. And I am going to go to the lead attorney's video because I actually I do want to react to the lead attorney. I want to watch the first part of the lead attorney video and have us talk about it. So let me find it. No, I think it's important because the lead attorney is lead attorneying. Wait, let me move this. Now y'all talking about my picture. Period. All right, found it. Good. Oh my, that was gonna take forever.
It's humongous.
Oh, by the way, if there someone said, messaged me and said I've been hiding and I've only been talking about Pearl and I haven't opened the panel. First of all, I have. I've opened the panel almost every night I've been on. So you're lying, and the truth is not in you. I rebuke you in the name of the Lord. But I do want to open the panel first to anyone who actually agrees with Pearl and would like to defend her. So drop a 1. Drop a 1 if you're on Pearl's defense team. Let me see if there's anyone here who wants to drop a 1. Blackman knows this is an L, but they got to see it through. Yep, they gotta see it through. That's what it's giving. They said I am going to fight. They've conceded she'll be above them in the hierarchy, but they're counting on Black women remaining below them so they can maintain the semblance of power. That you know what? Someone sent me your clip where you were actually engaging, and you did well, by the way, from what I saw. The reason I'm not going to play it is I'm not about to talk about Obsidian in like any meaningful way, like on this platform. Like it's never going to happen. But I would have loved to like go over you growing up and what you had to say. I would have loved to do that, but I'm not about to do it. Thank you, CJ. 3 types of people in the world: those in the game, those watching the game, and those that don't even know that a game is on. Goldman Sachs 2023. Period. All right. So on the other side of the outro, I forgot what I said about which one is 1 and which one is 2. Just let me know if there's anyone in the chat who wants to defend Pearl, because I have compassion. I have compassion for those people who want to defend Pearl, because for the weak, I I feel like the weak, the intellectual weak, I need to have compassion for. Actually, no, I don't. It's not compassion. All right. So the lead attorney decided that he was going to do a live stream in defense of Pearl, apparently. And he did something that I found odd. I didn't finish it because, like, no, but he did something that I thought was odd insofar as he was essentially saying racism, the way he saw racism isn't the way Pearl exemplifies her racism or whatever. So she's not racist. Like, I didn't, he's an attorney, right? So, like, I didn't get his argument at all because went through some story about him being in school and those people in his school were racist. So he knows what racism is. Yeah. My name is Pearl, mother of manosphere, breaker of 13th Amendment, conqueror of the Kangs, first of five. Period. And what about it? Let me text my friends to see if they want to come over tonight and watch Game of Thrones. I've been talking about Game of Thrones too much. I want to rewatch. Not me being very disrespectful.
Where to start? First of all, well, let me not even do this. I gotta do it. Okay. I don't even want to do it. I don't want to put my sponsor in. I don't want my sponsor to be in this. If you see this, Score Bastard, I'll get you on the next one. I don't want to pull you into this. What is my stance? Let's do this. What's my stance on just Pearly things? Is she a racist or is she not a racist? Now, I'm going to drop the link, but let me get my stuff off first. But what do you think?
That isn't the question, actually. That is not the question. No, that is a separate question. The question is, was what she said racist? That is a better question. Was what she said wrong? That you can answer, you do answer. And what does that mean about your engagement with her after she said what she said and doubled down, essentially saying that she's on the warpath? Akia, thank you.
Put an R in the chat if you think she's a racist / white supremacist. Put an N if you think she's not. Or if she's I shouldn't be saying that. Is that okay for the algorithm? Or if she's a racist, and if she's a white supremacist. Man, there's a bunch of R's up in this piece. Woo-wee! Okay, now we got some N's coming in. It's always the R's the R's are holding strong. We got some N's in. Okay, it's always the heat come in the beginning. It's about 50-50, guys. Let me do this. Let me make a poll. Is just, and you know you fucked up when people are making polls about this. All right. All right. It's about 50-50.
TLA's two favorite logical fallacies are appealing to his authority and either are thinking about things that don't need to be black or white. Yeah, he does appeal to authority, him being an attorney, a lot. Even to the extent he says, oh, you can't debate with me with that because I lived this. I've done this for 30 years. Yes, you are still a data point. You, in your anecdotal experience for 30 years, you are only a data point. Now, if you can explain to me something about the research that someone doesn't get, then that's fine. But you were wrong. You were wrong about what attorneys do when the person cannot afford them anymore, when the person cannot afford an attorney anymore. You were wrong in your assessment, and you continue to be wrong. You then went on to explain a research you did not know, you did not look into, and you did not understand by explaining how you would deal with something that is absolutely bizarre, and you're wrong for that. I'm talking about his debate with Ruslan, by the way. Welcome to the membership, Carter. Ebone Carter.
It's about 50-50, but y'all let me know. I'm gonna tell you what I think. Let me see who's in the chat. Shout out to Ron Alexander, said this gonna be a good one. This gonna be a good one. Thank you so much. We got Felicia H up in the house. We got Dottie Girl, the beautiful Dottie Girl up in the house. We got my man Ron, got KT up in the house. She's about to get wrecked. Oh no. Shout out to Ron Alexander, says get the likes up. Where I'm at with my likes, man. We got 1,100 people in here. Can y'all give me the 300 likes? We got the beautiful. What else we got? We got a box of oranges up in here. Always keeping it real. We got Don't Panic. All right, but yeah, let's be. This is what got me. Don't Panic said lead is always on time for the judge, but always late with his own. Oh. No one knows me like Don't Panic. No one. Shout out to Jules. Jules says,
"Girl, let me move on."
And tell me like, no, ain't no black YouTube. Don't focus on black YouTube. Focus on all YouTube. Now, what is all YouTube? We know what all YouTube is, right? Shout out to Nate the lawyer. Nate is in all YouTube. Oh man, I know y'all. A black man in all YouTube. Oh man, y'all are gonna clip that. I know that was fucked up. It's hard being a YouTuber, guys. Just speaking off the cuff. Shout out to Bagging the Substitute Teacher. All right, that was fucked up. That was fucked up what I said. I should have. Got what my man Dusty does say. Got to be more careful. Shout out to Bagging the Substitute Teacher. Thank you so much. No, I'm really gonna get clipped for this. Shout out to Out Here Trucking. Says what do you call a black attorney in a 3-piece suit in the South? In the South. Shout out to Out Here Trucking. Really appreciate that, brother. Oh man, thank you so much. Who else we got up in here? Let me check the poll. What does the poll say? How do you check the poll? Is Just Pearly Things are racist? Yes, 37%. No, 40%. Don't know, 23%. So it's kind of neck and neck. It's about 40% each way. Now, to give credit to Pearly Things, it is a little bit more no's than yeses. But you can see how it's divided. It's split down the middle. 40% say yes, 40% say no, 20% are like, I don't even know. I ain't talked to this girl. I ain't seen this girl in real life. I don't know. I heard what she said. But, a lot of people can feel that way. Do you know who can? I don't even want to. Let me not jump the gun. Let me do this. Man, so yeah, y'all I'm just looking at the results of the poll. So y'all are neck and neck. And this is interesting, and this is something that needs to be said. It could seem like the crowd is one way or another, but it's really half and half. Shout out to my man Centennial G. What is Centennial G says? Shout out to the Smooth Feline Gang, the Thundercats, the Mulan.
We're starting to tell us about his pearly country. Period. Someone said this guy's. I mean, to be fair, if you are not into me, like listening to me or whatever, then I would come off as annoying also to other people, I guess. But this is dreadful. Like, what we came for, and you're just beating around the bush trying to feel out your audience.
A lot of cons and all my brothers. Brother Lead is here to deliver Eva from evil. Respect to my blues, sorors, and all the D9. Blus and pink and green pearl, stand up. Stand up, stand up. Shout out to Centennial G. Always leaves the most awesome comments. Awesome comments. All right. I did the poll. The poll is 40%. She's not a racist. 30% she is. What do I think? What's my stance? What is your stance, lead attorney? Is Just Pearly Things the racist? For me, no. No. That's the conclusion.
The fact that they exist only because we choose to continue to birth them is giving me Twilight Zone vibe mixed with black male worship. the thing, he's like, if Pearly things are racist to me. All right, girl. All right. So explain to us. Remember the thing. If Pearly things are racist to him, explain why she's not a racist to you, because that don't make sense to me. Oh, thank you, by the way, Sinji. And the funny thing is, I found out that most of the men in the manosphere fundamentally agree with you. Like most of the men in the manosphere, and I don't know how and why they do this, but they fundamentally agree with you, and I find it weird.
That I have come to. She's not a racist. All right. Now, why do I not think that she's racist? Did you hear what she said about your ancestors? All right. Let me explain this to you guys. And this is coming from a halfway intelligent, older, 46 Black man. All right. Now, who am I? How have I come to this conclusion? I'm saying that she's not a racist for me. Maybe some of y'all know her better than me. Maybe some of y'all can correct me. Y'all have hung out with her, or y'all have heard a lot of things that I haven't heard her say. Let me tell you why. And I'm not saying that, everybody can have their own opinion. You can have your opinion. Someone else can have their opinion. It's all good. I'm telling you what my little opinion is and how I came to it. Now, for you to understand why I came to this conclusion, you need to know a little something about me. I'm from the South. I don't know if you can hear that. Some people say I have an accent, damn accent. I'm from Atlanta. A metropolitan city, an international city. We have the busiest airport in the world. How I got an accent? Some of y'all are like, oh, I don't know. I can hear a little bit. Now, I'm not from California. I don't know what racism looks like over there. I never lived over there. I'm not from New York. Is there racism in New York? A lot of people would say, absolutely. Fine. I'll tell you though, racism in the South is a thing. No matter, I know it's a thing in Boston. They tried to kill Paul Pierce. They stabbed him in the face. Boston in particular was wild, man. In California, I know y'all had the Bloods and the Crips. I ain't really hear too much about racism over there, but it's all over the country. I'll tell you this though. If you grow up, Elma, if you grow up in Tuscaloosa, if you grow up in Valdosta, Augusta, Albany, Columbus, Americus, and you're older like me, you probably know a little something about racism. Now, when I was in high school, to kind of help fix the situation that was messed up with the education, my mother entered me into an integration program. It was called Minority.
He knows this makes absolutely no sense. I think a lot of these people are relying on their audience being dumb. I don't want to say this, but like this is kind of getting frustrating, and I probably should stop. I'm going to play a little bit more. I'm going to open the panel, but I should stop because he is counting on his audience being dumb. There is absolutely no way that, just make your argument. You are saying y'all don't know what racism is. I know what racism is. Okay, so are you saying Pearl is not racist because she doesn't show it overtly in the way that, I don't know, a segregated, I don't know how old this man is. He looked like he's closer to 50 than 30. So I am assuming he's saying, yeah, I lived through a lot. Fine, that's good. But can someone be racist without being racist in the overt way that you know? I think this is very overt, but is that possible? And if so, where is your judgment coming from? It cannot just be, okay, so someone said 46, a period.
Minority to majority, or M to M. And it would bus little Black kids to white schools, to nice white schools, because the schools that we had in our cities were gladiator schools. And guess who got to ride the little bus to a white school? Well, when I step off the bus, are those other students happy that we're stepping off the bus? Forget the students. Are the teachers happy that we're stepping off the bus? Are the administrators happy that we're stepping off the bus? This is in high school. Get out of high school. Where do I go? To the University of Georgia, the flagship institution of the state, and your national champions. Go Dogs! Go Dogs! We're the national champions of this country. Well, let me tell you something. 35,000 white students. And the majority of these students, you guys might not know this, the majority of students at UGA are from the outer counties of Georgia. They're not from Atlanta. They're not from Fulton County. They're not from DeKalb. A few of them, yeah, but the majority of them are from the outside. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. I have been in dining halls with racist white men, with racist young white women. I have been in class. I have been in groups. You know how they assign you to groups? Okay, you're going to be with these 3 people. I've talked to and had to complete assignments and had to work with racist white boys and racist white girls. If you were at UGA in the 90s,
You know what's funny? I have eaten things that made my tongue look a different color. I'm gonna leave that alone. Whatever. Because girl,
you knew racist white girls and racist white boys. And shout out to them, because everybody can have their own opinion, just like you can have yours. A fraternity at UGA got in trouble. Why? Because then white boys would get in the pickup truck and then go behind the crystals. They would go behind the gas.
you know what? I'm gonna open the panel. I can't do it. Nope, can't do it. Can't do it. The reason I'm gonna open the panel here is because it seems like what he's saying is he does not understand racism if it's not overt. And so unless it is the way he sees it, then he's not about to say it's racism because he doesn't see it that way. Okay, great. Got it. You should not be the person leading anything because you don't know how racism works and how it has evolved. In fact, you don't understand that the colorblind approach to race actually took away the ability to push back against ideas and system that has disproportionately disenfranchised a certain group of people. The fact that you say, okay, no Jim Crow, and you also cannot actively engage to make it better for certain groups of people literally makes no sense. So that's an example of his either or reasoning. Themis racism to him, most of must be either full-blown or it isn't. Anyone who makes any concession to benefit minority means they aren't racist. Yeah. No. Not only that, but the dissonance also exists when everything comes out. They're like, oh, everyone is racist when they do something else. In other situations, they understand racism. Let me read this. You said, Mr. Know-it-all, and you don't recognize truism when it comes from Cynthia G. Wait, I feel like you agree. If you're in the manosphere, you agree with Cynthia G. Like, I don't know why y'all pretend you don't. Y'all agree with Cynthia G. By blaming Black women for the problem in the community, you agree with Cynthia G. I don't agree with Cynthia G, but I don't blame the problems in the community on Black women. If you blame the problems in the Black community on Black women, you agree with Cynthia G. It's just that simple. I can say I don't agree with Cynthia G, but I have a problem with people who are in the manosphere who say they don't agree with her because you're blaming the problem on Black women. And if you do, you believe it just is what it is. You think them having you is a problem. And I don't know why anyone would take that position. Like I literally heard someone was like, oh my God, why can't Black boys read? It's because of their Black mothers. I'm like, wait, what? What? Black boys can't read, and you think it's because of their mothers. That don't make no sense. So the link is here. First of all, this link is, I was just going to say, this is for anyone who disagree first. So you have 5 minutes to come up if you disagree. It's not the worst I STD, so I'm good. Thank you, Gia. Let me see. No, these people who are of a different race in the background. So I'm not bringing y'all on. No, that is not a race. I'm not about to do this with y'all. Talking about you're starting your own country. You're not coming up here. The way my head. Oh, Rochelle. I think it's Rochelle. I'm gonna add you. I don't know why these people are. Wait, this is only for people who disagree. Hey, Rochelle. Is it Rochelle?
Yes, you got it.
Period.
Wait, you said disagree? Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'll let you go, and then I'll go to Melinda. But yeah, disagree. I'm not putting the Kaisorian people on, so they can stay in the back as long as they want. They're not coming up. I'm not doing that.
Okay, so I just wanted to start off by saying first of all, that lead attorney guy, he was so long winded. I was aging as I was listening to that. It was horrible. But I can't believe he has such a simplistic view of racism. He's like, if it's not overt, if they're not calling me the N word, it doesn't exist. It's like,
yeah, no. The funny thing is, he does not. He knows he does not, and he's playing in our faces.
I really hope so, because first of all, the landscape, the 21st century, it's so different. Like the pearly things or whatever, she can't just come on to YouTube and start being overt. She has to use covert, like dog whistles and all these things to like get through the door. So she's not gonna, of course, she's not gonna be like, yes, all these, like, no, she's never gonna do that. She's gonna like play the game until like the jig's up, and then she's gonna switch sides. I mean, she already has. So it's crazy how he's like, oh no, it has to be in your face. It's like, no, times are different now.
Yeah. I appreciate that, and I agree with you. I don't think. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say also, like earlier in your video about that guy who was explaining racism to her. It was so cringy. It was awful. I was like, really? You're doing that? It's, oh my god. It's, first of all, if you're gonna teach someone, get paid for it at least. Like, don't do it for free.
Yeah.
It's free. Like, it's horrible. It was so cringy. I'm like, you don't need to teach white people these things. It's like they know.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Like, it's the glee with which they do it that annoys me too. But yeah.
Gosh.
Thank you so much.
I can't. Thank you for having me.
You too.
Bye.
Melinda, you disagree with me?
I disagree somewhat, I guess, of what I've seen our approach to this, how we approach it. I think most of us can see through Pearlie, but the sad point is she hasn't lied to them, and they are still, I mean, all that it took was basic stuff. It's like she has such disrespect to, it's like, you know, we have good lighting. It's a nice studio. That's really all it took, and that they could be bought for so little. But I think that where we kind of go wrong, Themis, is we always end up with, okay, it's red pill. It's
Hello? Melinda? You're not on mute, so I'm not sure what's happening. Hello? Melinda is not there. All right, Keisha, is that your name?
focus.
Yes, sir.
You disagree with me?
Yeah.
Oh, what? Where?
Well, I thought you were asking if we agreed, not disagree with you as it is to just kind of agreeing with whatever the girl name is. Is that correct?
I was trying to figure out if you agreed with me. In the private chat, she left. Who needs white supremacy when you have treasonous bandits? But you can go ahead. But before you do, Melinda, can you speak now, or is the sound still gone? All right, Melinda seems to. All right, go ahead, Keisha.
Okay, so basically, the reason why I agree with Miss Pearlie and things is because I believe she took this whole, she went into this as a businesswoman. And if you just take it from the business point of view, then that's just how I'm looking at it. You know, she could be a racist, etc. Now, everyone knows about Business 101. However, she knew that the group of people that she were dealing with, it wasn't a need for Business 101. It was just special ed business. So basically, she, when you play golf, there's a certain way you have to take score and have a certain handicap and be at par, whatever. It appears that the people that she took on the golf with her was just happy to be on the golf course, didn't know how to play the game, just was happy to hit the ball, or just to say, hey, I just went golfing with a white woman. Meanwhile, she has invested, just like everybody else that has a channel, to take her business seriously. Why they just want to play. So I can't blame her for that. Meanwhile, while the black men were probably being petty, saying, okay, this is a white lady that the white men, rejected. We're going to receive her just to trigger them, not knowing that in the end that they got triggered. The trigger was pulled on them. Because a lot of time black men play so many games, like they try to pit women against one another. Oh, the white woman is doing this. Now what are you going to do, black woman? But as black women, we're just doing us. But if you let them tell it, they always got you in the middle of something, even the people in another country, because that's just how they play the game. So, they probably were trying to trigger the white men, and then, that also, they lost on that end. And it's like they probably they don't see the bigger picture. She was seeing the bigger picture. You can't get mad at her for seeing a bigger picture when they're not seeing a bigger picture. They're just seeing color, and who does that? So she knows that basically, from what I can just observe just from listening to her, it doesn't seem like her IQ is too much up to par. And then she got with some people with an even lower IQ. So, which immediately put her IQ up some points, which is really sad. So, I just, to me, it kind of, I think Kanye West kind of said something about, people just was on the plantation just because they could have been gone. I'm really seeing in this day and time, people just on the plantation. I think they just like to be on there. Black women don't, but black men, I think they're comfortable, because my last point is, as a businesswoman and just in business, there was a guy, I forgot his name. He was like, well, what are we going to do? We signed a contract. What are we going to do? Who wouldn't want to have an employee like that? Who wouldn't want to have an employee that, I'm really? What are you going to do? You don't have anywhere else to go? Great. Sign here. You can stick with me until, for 30 years. That's the perfect employee. And it's very sad that he even said that, though, but who wouldn't want to have an employee like that? So I don't blame nothing on white women. I applaud them. If they can get $1 trillion from these goofballs, good. I hope if it's a zillion, congratulations. Because being this dumb in this day and time just does not make any sense. And it just doesn't. So even while black women, while we're trying to work hard like Muse to bring up, you know, businesses and doing whatever we can, it's like, you know, they're not pulling their fair share of weight. They give away their um, rap stuff, music. They just give stuff away. So I mean, it is what it is. Everybody can see that. Who wouldn't want to do business with a black man? You That's an automatic bill. You're gonna become a billionaire when you do a business with a black man, because he don't even read his contracts. Even in the music industry, he does not read his contracts because he probably don't even know how to read. He just want gold teeth, trinkets sticking out his mouth.
But, but what? I think I think a lot. Well, not, maybe not a lot, but I. I don't know where to go. I don't even know how to respond.
Well, it's the truth.
Respond.
Everybody, if you want to make $1 billion, you can definitely make it off the back of a black man because he doesn't know value. Any
Well,
man on the
that's a different statement. Making it off of our backs. I mean, one can argue that's true because of like slavery literally happened, but saying the way to make a billion is to go in business with. I don't know if I would agree with that.
Well, you know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a certain. That's what she did. The whole world can see what she did. That's what she did. She was like, "Wow, this is a great little group right here. I know they're not gonna read the contracts. You know, let me give them a gold set of teeth or whatever, and hey, uh, just feed them probably, you know, some chicken bones, and you're on." And then she would have got all the money, and then they're stuck. And the one thing I don't understand about black men, for real, how is it that you get yourself in all this trouble with the white woman, who I'm not mad at, and time you get in trouble, you come back to the community. Oh well, let me tell you what she did. Let me tell you what she did. Who does that? People tired of you. Nobody. That's not normal. That's not normal. You go into the trap and then you come back and complain because they laid the trap for you and you saw the trap. Who? I mean, this is almost like it's amazing. I didn't even know people brains could even be this low. So yeah, Miss Pearly and things. I don't blame her not one bit. If she is she a racist, probably so, more than likely. But if they want to, you know, they don't care. That's just all I have to say about it.
Yeah. I'm gonna remove some people because I'm sure they don't. I disagree. Everyone is looking. No, I'm sure they don't disagree with me. Everyone is looking for someone outside of their own demographic to confirm their racial gender bias. Thomas Sowell, Candace Owens, Derek Jackson, Pearly Things, Tim Wise, as and so on and so on. I don't understand where this was going. Um, so you don't disagree? What is there anything about what I said that you disagree with?
No, I've looked at your whole. I've been here, you know, pretty much the entire time except for when I was trying to log in, and it appears to me that you have done an excellent job in just kind of describing everything through your PowerPoint. And I, you know, before I get off, you know, the line, I just want to say I think you do an excellent job in trying to educate us. Even if we are educated, we learn so much from you. And your way of thinking and the angle that you come from is always refreshing and new. And it's awesome. And
Huh.
so I know I receive it.
Well, not you drag black men and then give me a compliment. Period. I feel
Well, it's
privileged.
well, I'm not. I
Thank you.
mean,
No, I
there is a
appreciate it.
no. There's a certain type of black men, and everybody knows who I'm talking about. Of course, it's not every single black man on the planet, but the ones that are going in that's able to get a certain amount of money, just you know exactly who I'm talking about. So it's just It's just a sad thing. But for the most part, they the ones that just go into the trap and then come back and say, "Oh, let me tell you what the white woman did. You went into the trap, and then you want to get the black women all riled up and marching on the street over some foolishness." I mean,
Yeah, I
at
mean,
what point does
to be fair, a lot of women online have been telling black women to stop marching on the street.
well,
Um,
that'd be nice because I mean I don't march anyway.
Thank you, Keisha. I appreciate you, by the way.
Yeah,
I appreciate the compliment too.
thank you. I really appreciate it.
Have a good night.
You too.
Heathen Queen.
Yes,
What did I do wrong now?
you hear me?
Yep. What did I do wrong?
Well, I don't really think she's racist. I
Cool.
think she is just doing what most oblivious white people do. I mean, to me, when they have racism in them, you know, directly towards another person with a different skin tone, it's like it's overt. When it's like racist, I know I'm saying something crazy. I know I'm saying something way completely bizarre.
Got it. Do you think racism has to be overt?
I think racism does. I think
So
she's
if
I don't think she's.
when you say overt, do you mean like if I'm a white person who doesn't hire you because you're black, but you don't know that that's why, you would say that's overt to you?
No, I think a person who walks into the room and doesn't see anything else except white people is not necessarily racist.
I wouldn't disagree with that completely.
And I think I think she's not smart enough to be the other kind. I think she's the kind that walks into a room, doesn't really see other people besides herself, and she thinks the world is like it is. The world is just white. Now, not saying she doesn't see black people. I'm saying she just sees the world in like a fairy tale world, like a whole bunch of trees. If you go outside and you see a whole bunch of trees, you really don't pay attention that there's different trees. She's one of those people that doesn't pay attention to the fact that there's different trees outside of her house.
Wait, so you don't think she's smart enough to hide her racism? So if she was racist, it would be overt?
Yes.
When she asks questions about men, when she's asking women questions, do you think she genuinely don't know the answer to the question she's asking?
I don't think she believes anything she's saying. I think it's a script.
But she doesn't really affirmatively make claims. It's very rare that she makes claims. What she does instead is she asks questions that she thinks is going to trip you up, I think, based on watching other people. I don't think that is super smart, but I think she plays dumb.
Yes, perfectly. That's exactly it.
But that can't be what you're saying, because you don't think she's smart enough to hide her racism.
No, I don't think she's racist. That's why I don't think she's racist. I think she doesn't even understand. I don't think she understands enough to be racist.
So you think it was just happenstance that the only book she ever cited was Thomas Sowell?
She has help. She has help.
So you think the people behind her are racist then?
I think the people behind her understands racism, and she's too dumb to understand.
Wait, so I don't understand. This is not a defense.
I don't think she's that I don't think she understands that she is not racist, but I mean, I guess you would say to us it would be racist, but I don't think she looks at it as racist. I think she looks at it as the world is white.
I'm sure the slave master didn't think they were bad people.
True. But she thinks it's over. She thinks it doesn't affect
but what she thinks individually doesn't matter.
But I think everything is an act. The dumbness is not completely an act. I think she has people behind her
Do
that
you
is
think
telling
those
her,
people behind her are racist?
yeah, who set her up, who set her into who put her into the manosphere. Yeah.
Then functionally it doesn't matter if she's racist.
So either way it goes, she would be considered racist.
Yeah, I mean, functionally, I don't care if she's racist. It's enough for me to think it's a terrible. She's racist in my mind, but even if she's not, she functionally operates as one, so I don't really care.
Well, yeah, I think she's a terrible. I think it's a terrible facade. I think she's not a terrible human being, but I think because you don't understand the impact of what you did, or she's pretending like she doesn't, and the people behind her do, it still makes her, I hate to say terrible person, but I guess that's the only way I could describe her. You know, I'm not mad. I'm not as mad at her as I am with the men of the manosphere. Okay, she's immaterial to me. She's immaterial. It's the men of the manosphere that brought her into this particular realm. They co-signed her. I heard someone the other day say, one of the guys the other day, he said, she outworks you guys. She has outworked you guys, and she did this, and this. But there have been, I'm sorry.
I think there is a sad sort of investment into these men in a way that I don't fully know how to appreciate from you. But to the extent that she's racist or not, it's for me an irrelevant question. She operates as one, walk like a duck, talk like a duck. I don't care to investigate if you're a duck.
Well, I guess if you put it that way, I guess, yeah. I guess you could say that. I just grew up around these kind of people, white people, and some of them are just oblivious to that. They just don't. They're lying. They don't.
They're lying to. They're not oblivious. They're lying to you. But Heathen Queen, I appreciate you. I will go on. The reason I'm going on is I think you hold an opinion that I don't really mind changing or not changing, and we just have differing opinion on whether or not she's racist. And for me, it doesn't matter. So, yeah.
I was offended. I was offended, by what she said, but I was just more mad at the men in the manosphere. That's all.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you so much. Singleton. Oh.
Hi. I just want to say that I appreciate you being a male figure in the community that can kind of see through the BS, and you're very fair in a lot of your judgments. When it comes to the manosphere, what I find funny is that how do they not see that other groups of people, regardless of the gender or the race, don't see how insecure and how desperate they are for white validation. She already read their number before she came into the scene. They overlooked a bunch of Black women that have been supporting and been on Mammy Mountain and everything else. And they overlooked them because they're not close to whiteness. And I feel like the deepest issue is a lot of Black males want white validation. And it's like, look, this white person think the way that I think. They're thinking this, and the white people can just come in, say a few talking points, throw you a little coins when they get to the top, and now they have your loyalty. And you're going to look over everyone that look like you because your hatred is so deep for Black women that you would take a bottom tier white woman, bad built and unattractive, to be.
Wait. So I agree with you about white validation. What's actually interesting, like these men wanting white validation isn't interesting insofar as I would expect that. When people have been so subjugated and look out, like whiteness is a standard, yes. What is more interesting is why Black women don't look for white validation, because you would think that would also be the case for Black women, and it's not. And I find it, like, I actually do find it fascinating that Black women are able to reject whiteness in mating, for example, as the standard of beauty in men, right? I
Mm-hmm.
find that really fascinating. But that Black men, for example, would see whiteness, or that any race of people, any group rather of people would see whiteness as the standard, I think is the logical next step after colonization.
Right. And I think if more Black women would take their titty out of Black men's mouth and stop feeling like they have to be the mule and the rescuer and the savior and everything else for them, which they then turn around and use against you and say that you're masculine, but still want those benefits when it's beneficial to them. Like when they want you out there marching, when they want you to protest, when they want you to become judges and lower bail amounts and fight for them in the system and everything else, then it's fine. But then as a partner, because the whole world see them as bottom tier as a collective, because you have a few that aren't, but as a collective, they are the underachievers. You know, they have the least in higher education, they have the least in the economical aspect of things, and they have the highest percentage of incarceration. And they always go straight to the, well, some of them are innocent. Okay, what's the percentage of the Pookies in jail that are innocent compared to the ones that actually did the crime? So if we
Yeah, I
stop
mean,
making excuses for them, then they would,
there
get
is
their
an
act together.
argument. So I disagree with you here. The well, not disagree. It's not their innocence that concerns me. I do think they are probably more guilty than innocent in there. Honestly, that's what I believe. But I think when it comes to like systemic issues around like the prison system, that one I disagree with
Mm-hmm.
most people online, particularly like divestors or swirlers or mm, I don't know if I think a lot of people in BWA actually that don't identify as divestors and sweller acknowledge there is an over criminalization of like drug usage, for example,
Uh-huh.
um, in the Black community, where we know Black people and white people, for example, use drugs at the same rate, but Black men, particularly, are imprisoned more often than other groups of men, even though they use it at the same rate. That is actually a valid argument about
And we've
systemic
known since
racism.
the plantation that it's not an equal playing field. So I would never put myself in a position knowing that I'm not going to get the same treatment.
Yeah, no, no, I agree with you. But
Hmm.
even to agree with that doesn't take away the fact that it is inequality. Like it's
Right.
like
And
blatant
there is.
inequality.
You're
Yeah.
right. Hmm.
I mean, that's how I see it. But yeah, no, no, I get you. I appreciate you though, and I love your image. I don't know why people hate this woman so much, Megan. But yeah. Thank you, Singleton,
Thank
London.
you.
Oh, before you go, let me read some of the super chats, London. It's the triangulation scheme, a scheme that Black men set up for white women to come at us with the bull. Yeah, actually, I heard someone screaming that Black women, what are you gonna do? They're taking your man, they're taking your man, and I'm sitting there like, okay. What are they supposed to do? Like go fight them? Like I don't know what you want. So yeah, it feels like a triangulation. I do agree. LB says even if an act exploiting minorities, specifically Black people, is racist, I don't know. I think I may have missed your first. Um, Oh, even if an act exploiting minorities, specifically Black people, is racist, that even if she doesn't know, yeah. So she's acting according to racism, even if she doesn't know. Got it, got it, got it. She totally knows she's racist. That's why she deleted several race-related videos on her channel. People are giving her the benefit of the doubt that she doesn't not deserve. Yeah, no, I. The thing is, like, I'm not going to argue back and forth with someone about if you think someone is or is not racist. They have one time and one time only to be racist. And by that one time only, I mean you can do an action and then repent or own up to it change, learn, and all of that. I believe in growth. But you're not about to sit here and pretend like you did nothing wrong, have these men gas you up, and then talk about, oh, I'm on the war path and they're going to be mad and they'll see and blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh, no. One more before you go, London. Didn't think I would have to say this, but on the side of assuming a white person is racist. Let them prove you wrong. That's just me, though. I actually treat people all with kindness, and I just think people are good, which is a terrible thing. I think it puts you at a disadvantage. Thank you, Brown Barbie. I try to take people at their word and try to be good and then watch the action. All right. What age is a swirler or divester than someone looking for validation outside of the Black community? Mr. Know It All, I will refuse to respond to anything that you say unless you come up. All right. Almost at 20K. Oh, yeah. All right, London, go ahead.
Hi, Bemis. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Hey, I'm wonderful. Hey, chat. Hey. So I just wanted to come up really quickly because I got the smoke for Heathen Queen. Is that her name? That was just up. Um, okay, so basically, white women are given passes, right? And I don't mean to, pit one woman against the other, but white women are given passes. I think it's not only their whiteness, but it's also because they are just women, right? So we don't think that women can be conniving. They could be racist. They could be all these, things, right? And that they basically want to do what some of their counterparts have done, which is make a coin off of Black women or even Black men, right? So it's very interesting that Black men do not have smoke for white women and they weaponize white women against Black women. And so the part that I want to talk about, because this is another layer and it's never, ever talked about, which is some history. So I don't know if you're familiar, but with the UDC, right? So the UDC stands for the United Daughters of the Confederacy.
Yep, they changed all the textbooks in the South.
There you go. There you go. And it's like, if you know this, I'm gonna read off 3 things, right? And this is just not history. This is present. Like they hold things presently. But like if we need to dissect, the mind frame, I'm just wondering why Black men have smoke for white men, right? And they like the man, right? And they don't have any smoke for white women. So these were
Do
white.
they have smoke for white men? I'm kidding. I'm being petty.
I mean,
I'm being petty.
they do, right?
Ignore me.
Well,
Ignore me.
took the Black man out of home, their system, all this type of thing, right? But it's like, okay, so the United Daughters of the United Daughters of the Confederacy basically were the white Southern women heritage group that founded in 1894. And they started 30 years after the Civil War. And so some of their initiatives were basically to, they had after school programs for their white children, right? To basically continue their school of thinking of white, right? And they definitely basically they educated the white children through those after school programs. They're de facto of the KKK, right? So it's kind of like who were sewing the KKK costumes, right? It's white women who are doing this, right? And then and the the UDC was the busiest during the 1910s and 20s, where they basically erected monuments. So those monuments that are outside of the courthouses that Black people have to go into, right? And you wonder why we are given larger sentences, right? These races.
No, that was full circle because the statues in Virginia that guy Fuentes was there to protest it coming down is an example. That is so interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. And so they're responsible of erecting these monuments, nice and shiny, and having them in the courthouse. Right? And then the third thing that I want to bring up is what you just said. that they were responsible for editing the history books. So when it comes to slavery, and it sounds all fun and nice, and like we were just all having a good time frolicking, right? They were the ones responsible for keeping just a little blurb about slavery. And so with Black men, it's just like, what else do you need to see? Do you not think that, you know, white women are not going to try to make a coin off of you too? That they want to put you in your place, right? And keep them up, keep you up under them. I just don't understand what they're thinking. And that gentleman disturbed me equally, right? The one who's working with pearly things, because it's like, sir, in your 5-minute rant, you basically said that you will bend over backwards, okay? You will sell yourself out to make that coin.
Yep.
And then we ask ourselves, how did we get here? Right? Like, you'll be willing to sell, it's morals. You'll be willing to sell out your people. It doesn't make sense. So, I wish Heathen Queen would come back up, because I wasn't understanding. But anyways, that's all I got. What you got to say?
No, I appreciate that. I'm with you. I did not even think about the Daughters of the Confederacy to include, but I should have included that on my PowerPoint. But I'm also not trying to warn them about anything. So that. Read, they were her property. White women were economic actors who directly engaged in and benefited from the South's slave market. They employed management techniques that were as effective and brutal as those used by men. Period. And that is a quote. Thank you. LB says, Themis, don't forget Din Din, your food getting cold. Now, what's those really thick pots called? I mean, it is going to get cold at some point, but yeah, I will go get that in a moment. White women, thank you, by the way, LB. London, white women were also particularly monstrous to Black women during slavery, especially if their man essay a Black woman. They took their anger out on a lower social class, and they do it to this day. There's an amazing book that I need to remember the name. I'll find it. It's actually very hard to read, but I'll find it and I'll tell you. It has to do with this, actually. Women beating the women who their men essayed. Pearl, oh my God, not Pearl Diver. What do you disagree with, Pearl Diver? Pearl, you're muted if you're trying to speak.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, I don't see what the big deal is about any of it, to be honest.
The big deal about what?
Well, I mean, she has conservative views. I don't think they're racist.
I know who you are, right? Different. You cannot hide your accent. You cannot. I know exactly who you are.
What do you mean?
I know who you are. I'm gonna let you continue, but I just letting you know that I know who you are. You said it's not a big deal. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just trying to understand it. I just don't know. No one's really said in particular what was racist. You know what I'm saying?
My Africans. Is referencing the African people who work for you, your Africans. Is that not racist?
She explained that. She said that.
No, I don't care about her explanation. That on its own.
Well, it was because I watched it. It was a discussion about immigration, and she was pro-immigration.
Yeah, she was. Who was she talking to?
She was talking to Nick Fuentes is his name.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Do you think he's racist?
he has some views I disagree with, but
Do you think Nick Fuentes is racist? Yes or no?
no.
All right, then we can talk. You and I have different standard for racism.
Well, I can
If Nick
explain
Fuentes
why.
is not if Nick Fuentes is not racist to you, I don't know where we go from here.
Well, I mean, what has he said? Like I
He said,
listened. I
do you know
hold on.
what? Do you know? Do you know what a race realist is?
Yes, someone who has apparently pride in their own race
Nope,
and
no. He means something. It means based on your race, their characteristic. There's something about you being white that makes you either better or worse than other people. His part of
no.
race realism, he said overtly that
Mhm.
black people were dumber than white people.
He didn't say that in that
He
interview.
said that. Please go look it up and then come back.
No, I watched that interview. He
He
never
didn't
said
say it
anything like
in
that.
that interview, but he has said that.
Well, I don't know everything he said, but
But he
I,
said that. Can you understand why he's racist now?
well, if that's his quote, then yeah, I can understand that.
All right.
But
So
again, I can only go
wait,
by
no,
what.
no, all right, let's stop now. He said that he's racist. Now what?
Well, again, Pearl's whole thing has been to come on and have
No. Can
to
we
have.
agree now that he's talking to a racist? If he said that, would you say he's racist?
Would I say that he's sure we can say.
All right. So you're talking to a racist, and you said my Africans, and you both laughed.
Again, I'm pretty sure that it was a wider discussion about
immigration, and she
right,
said she wanted to be able to take, quote, her Africans to the
right.
US. So
Well,
she
and
is for she is for immigration because she wanted to be able to take her Africans.
her African employees, yes.
Nope, she didn't. She said later she meant employees, but no one
Right.
says, oh, my African employees. No, you would have just said my employees. So you said what now?
Well, yeah, she said her Africans, and she apologized for not finishing her statement. What I see it as is, maybe she got a little comfortable in that interview, and she let something slip, because I remember that
Oh, she
comment
got
about.
comfortable. Wait, she got comfortable. Who was she interviewing again?
Well, she was talking to Nick Fuentes, yes.
And Nick Fuentes, the racist, and she got comfortable talking to him, comfortable enough to make a joke about her Africans, and also make a joke about African
time, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But that was
No. Stop talking and listen to what you're saying before you say it. She
Right.
got comfortable enough to make race jokes to a racist.
Well, again, the context of the conversation, it was a comfortable conversation. There was joking back and forth.
No.
They agreed on some. It was a casual conversation.
She's having a comfortable, casual conversation, joking back and forth with a racist about race.
Well, the conversation was about immigration.
Yeah, but
At
the
the time.
joke was about race.
Well, it wasn't a joke. It was, she misspoke, and
No, was the colored people time equivalent to African time a joke?
yeah.
So she was
got it,
again
but
joking. So she was joke. I don't know why you stopped and tried to correct me when I said she was joking. She was joking about race.
She was
with a racist.
Well, hold on. The context about the time was he was late. He was saying, "Hey, I'm late all the time." And the joke was, "Hey, I was supposed to come here at a certain time, but he thought he was actually supposed to be there earlier, and that's why he showed up on time."
Why are you giving me a context? The joke was about race. She made a joke about race. We haven't even gotten to the slavery bit yet.
Well, okay, let's go to the slavery bit.
No, we don't get to the slavery bit because this is the rudimentary joke part, the comfort part, the part that can be brushed off. That's the part we're at. We're not even at the most serious part, and you and I are at least in deadlock about whether or not this is racist. So if we can't even get past this, we don't even get to the more severe part. You're
Okay.
saying she got comfortable
Right.
talking to a racist, someone she admit to have known about his reputation before coming on. She got comfortable talking to a racist, joking about race and about Africans being late and taking her Africans to the US. And you are saying it's a joke. Sure, it's a joke with a racist. Two people talking, having fun, getting comfortable about race. One of them is a racist known. What do you think the logical conclusion about the other person should be?
Well, I think, well, for me, the logical conclusion about Pearl would be that maybe she was a bit insensitive, maybe. But my thing is, what would make her a racist? So you're saying those comments make her a racist, or
Saying
is her?
racist things makes you a racist.
So it doesn't matter what you actually think. It's about
I don't
merely what
say
you
Wait,
say.
racist things.
no. Wait. All right.
Because nothing about her screams racist.
What do you
She
mean? What
well,
about her do you know?
she went to the UK. She worked with people. She works with people from all different backgrounds. Again, had been working for months, years, still has employees. I mean, if she was this horrible
All right,
racist, then why would
please
they
stop
work with her?
talking. Stop talking and think before you say the next word. Are you going to provide me anything now, and it's okay if you cannot, that
Right.
indicate that she's not racist? Because if you say she employs Black people one more time, I'm removing you. That is not an argument against someone being racist.
Well, it's not just a matter of employment. I mean, they're obviously friends. Like you can see with the producer, they have a
I
friend.
mean,
So
no,
so
they're
again,
literally not. Wait, does a friend give you a contract where it's exploitative?
well, the contract is not even exploitative, and I know the details of the contract because I heard it discussed on another channel. And hold on, this is coming from another Black creator who's doing YouTube, and he said, you know what? He wouldn't take the deal, but he can see where it makes some sense. And the details of the deal were, I believe it was anywhere ranging from 10 to 15% of the revenue. And after 3 years, you would own the channel, right? Now, with that said, that she does everything. She does all the marketing, she provides a studio, she does the editing, thumbnail, everything. You can show up and you can speak. Now, is that a great deal? Who knows? But the reality of it is, it's an opportunity
Oh,
for
I
someone to
can
just
tell
sit,
you if it is a
speak.
great deal. If someone is taking 70%, upwards of 70% of your profit that you work and they have to come in and there is no guaranteed payment per month, I can tell you if that's a bad deal or a good deal. But that's not what I'm talking about here. You
But her
said they
job
were
is to build
friends.
the
No,
channel.
no. You seem to think that you understand racism, and based on this conversation, it doesn't seem like you do. So you are saying a person who is racist cannot hire a Black person or does not befriend Black people. Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you, what makes her a racist? You're
No,
telling me,
no. You don't
no,
ask
okay,
me anything
Oh my
yet. I
God.
told you,
no, hold,
wait,
okay.
I'm going to mute you. I'm muting you. I ask you a question and you are not answering. Before I move on to the main point of why I think she's a racist and why it doesn't actually matter if she's a racist. I wanted to get you to explain to me why she's not, because you seem to suggest that she's not. So how do you know she's not a racist? You can say, I don't know if she's a racist, and we can move on. But you making the affirmative claim that she's not a racist is weird to me. So why is she not a racist?
Well, I don't know how to confirm
Exactly.
a
Okay,
negative.
so you don't know if she's a racist or not.
Well, I'm just saying there's no evidence.
All right, there's no evidence that she is a racist is not the question. Do you know if she's a racist or not?
I have no way of knowing that for
if
sure.
she is a racist? The answer obviously is no. I do not know if she's a racist. That is the answer.
Correct. Sure.
All right.
I agree with that.
What does it say about a person? Does it lean in favor of being a racist or not being a racist when you invite a known white supremacist and racist that you say you know that they are a white supremacist and racist or know about that before they came on, and you got comfortable with them laughing about off-color jokes about Africans and also saying you want to take your African to the US? I'm not saying to tell me if she is a racist or if she's not a racist. I'm asking you, where does it lean, towards racist or away from racist?
Well, given everything that I've seen of her.
Just this. Where does that lean? Towards racism or away from racism?
Again, it's context. I mean, I don't know.
You don't know
you
this
want me
person. You don't know this person. And
Correct.
You saw two white people talking. One of them is a racist. The other one, we don't know. This is the we don't know is Pearl. Right?
Well, Nick
just
works
answer
for
this question
Kanye West
directly.
as well.
Just answer this question directly.
Right.
Does this lean in favor when you make jokes about African people and stereotypes and then say you want to take your Africans to the US? Does that lean in favor of being a racist or away from being a racist? And then you can ask me a question about Kanye.
Okay, certainly if you take it, separate out of context, it leans more towards being a racist.
All right, good. What's your question about Kanye before I continue?
Well, I mean, to me, I don't like to judge people on little snippets and bites. So I like to look at people as a whole human being. Right?
No. I didn't ask you all of that. You said something about Kanye.
Right.
Can we move on from that then?
No. So I'm saying that, for instance, Nick works for Kanye and actually said that, he's always admired him. He actually knows all of his music, whatever. Again, is that proof that this guy's not racist in isolation?
Do you know if do you know if Nick likes Kanye?
Yes, he does.
How do you know?
Because he has an extensive knowledge of his music, and he was honored to work with him, meet him, and work with him. To me, if you're a racist, why would you go work for a black person?
Because is the dollar green regardless of the person it comes from?
Yes.
All right. So can you stop? In the way that racist people can have black people work for them, a white racist person can work for someone who they think is inferior to them. Let's move on if that is your argument. I'm not about to go back and forth on that. All right. So we understand that it leads in favor of being racist. Please explain to me the context that makes it not racist, makes it not lean in favor of racism. What the laughing and the joking about black African and black people to a racist. I want to give you the opportunity to explain. You have 2 minutes, and then I'm going to cut you off after it.
Okay. No, I mean, look, my whole thing was I watched the whole thing, and these are tiny little snippets.
I'm going to interrupt you. The reason I'm asking is because I said I asked some specific questions. When people answer my questions, I feel like they feel trapped. So I want to step back to allow you to explain why in context, without context, it leans in favor of racism. However, you have more context, and I'm trying to get you now to have the space to explain the context that makes it not lean in favor of racism.
Sorry, so you mean the whole, everything I saw, why it's not racist?
We were talking,
Right.
and I made you answer yes and no questions.
Correct.
In asking you the yes and no questions, it feels like you wanted to explain more. And I'm trying to have you explain to me what you meant.
Well, I look at her major points because listen, I've heard people
What
talk
is
in
the
there.
context? What is the context for
Well,
why?
okay, so for instance, a lot of people were offended by her not being for reparations, for example, and they pointed to that, right? So for me, and I understand from your point of view, maybe you're not willing. Oh, the
No.
African comment was,
Wait,
but
let me just stop. I'm gonna stop you.
right.
First and foremost, are you just conceding that even though it leans in favor of racism, that itself is not racist? Is that what you're trying to say? But you don't have any more context, because that's fine. If you're
Well,
like, yeah, it leans in favor of racism, but that doesn't make her racist, that's
yes.
fine. If that's your state. All right. Well, there's no context there. All right. Now we can move on. So her jokes there leans in favor of racism. What happens when that same person diminishes slavery?
Well, and to me, this is the heart of the matter. So I look at her comments about reparations and slavery. Actually, I don't know if anyways, she had made a comment about she's not for reparations. I don't know if she made it in that video or another one. But the bottom line is the point, it was a subtle point. And she wasn't saying that slavery wasn't bad. What she was saying is that it can be used as a tool to kind of garner sympathy and manipulate, right? So that you can't be exposed to criticism. So it was a subtle point where it's like, oh,
so she wasn't diminishing. So she wasn't diminishing slavery.
Well, she spoke specifically about roots,
Yes
right? And
or
Alex
no?
Haley.
Yes, yeah. She wasn't diminishing racism, slavery.
No,
sorry.
no.
So when she said when Nick Fuentes said the Holocaust didn't happen how they said it happened, and it was overblown, and she said yes, like slavery, that wasn't diminishing slavery.
No, because what she meant was
no. I don't care what she meant. I'm asking you point blank if Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic and says the Holocaust is overblown, that is anti-Semitic, and you say yes, like slavery, or it's like slavery. Aren't you saying slavery is overblown?
She was saying it was exaggerated.
Exaggerated and overblown.
In the media. Right. Yeah, that was her point. That was her point.
So when you say she was not, so she's not diminishing slavery, you think slavery is overblown then?
Well, she used a specific.
No. Stop. Do you think slavery is overblown?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't there. None of us were there.
Yeah, and that's why I said think. Do you think slavery is overblown?
Well, it depends on the narrative, right?
Do you think slavery is overblown?
Sure, yes.
All right, so that's why you agree with her. I don't.
Well, she used a specific example.
So when you sit up here and you're like, oh my God, just say what you mean. Say, I agree with Pearly things that slavery is overblown. Say that. Don't come up here and talk about, oh, she's not this and she's not that. No, you agree that you don't think slavery is overblown. She's making a precise point. No, you agree with her.
Again, she talked about roots, and she said that this was a dramatization,
didn't talk about no roots.
And that is a fact. She said Alex Haley.
She was not talking about roots.
Yes, that's exactly what
When she
she.
said slaves used to go back after they were freed to go to their masters and they had a good relationship, she was not talking about roots.
Well, she did talk about roots. I don't
When she
remember that part
said
there, but she definitely talked about roots.
slaves, when they were free, went back and befriended their masters, she was not talking about roots. When she said a founding father inherited slaves and did not make money off of these slaves, and that these slaves did not know what to do if they were free, and that's why the slave master kept them, she was not talking about roots.
Well, that's factually
She
correct.
was not talking about roots. She was diminishing slavery. You agree with her, and that's your opinion, but don't come up here and pretend like she was making a nuanced point about anything. The point at inheritance is the point at which we Black people check out. When you're inheriting people, we check out. Thank
But
you for coming. Goodbye. Paris.
I came here to drag Themis because the cognitive dissonance of these people, let me tell you, oftentimes it's lost on me that I have to remind myself that a lot of these people are on, you know, in disabled classes and stuff, special needs, I think.
Yeah,
Pearl
no, I
number
don't.
one
No,
looks
no, no,
like
no, no,
Randall
no,
from
no,
Monsters Inc.
no. That's not necessary, and that's ableist, and I'm not here for it. I don't appreciate people lying. I don't appreciate people coming up here and making stuff up. Like, if you are so with her that you're going to defend her statement, stand in it. Say, I am willing to say the most heinous things about our own history. I don't even know if he was Black, so I don't know. Our history, and you believe that, then stand fully in that. So I know not to converse with you. Don't come up here and say, oh, she's not. No, tell me, I don't care if she's racist. So I can say, oh, okay, good for you, goodbye. Do that. Do that.
Yeah,
What do you
that's really
agree,
how they
disagree
feel.
with? Wait,
And
sorry. What do you disagree with?
well, I disagree with the last guy that was calling, but I wanted to give some context because I feel like when people talk about ADOS, they don't really understand to the extent that American chattel slavery was kind of different than other places. Like they
They're
literally used
lying.
to eat
They're lying.
us.
They understand. They're lying. I'm like,
They,
they're not gonna
yeah,
no one is gonna come up here and get to diminish slavery like this. Absolutely not. They know what they're doing. They understand it, particularly if you're from the Caribbean, you experience similar atrocities. You understand
yeah,
and you're lying. You're willing to sell your soul, you're willing to sell your people, you're willing to sell your integrity for proximity to whiteness, potential money. Like the potential of money is not enough for you to do some foolishness like that.
exactly. And what I often find it like really weird is that no matter what happens in the Black community, they blame the women and they blame the mothers specifically. But if they're saying that the degenerate males and all this stuff was raised by the women in the Black community, who do you think raised these racist white people? Who do you think raised these racist men? Oh, you think the women were just pure and wonderful and the men just came out racist? If women are the first teachers, like what are they thinking? And the guy that was just up here, it's like, just say you like her. Just say you like
No,
her. Just say you
yeah,
attracted
well,
to her.
it's not
Wish you
even
could.
just like I don't like people wasting my time, and I realize I'm also hungry, so that could be it. um, so I haven't eaten, but yeah, no, it's
Well,
ridiculous, and I'm
it's here,
annoyed.
so
Um,
yeah, it's clicking, but it's clicking down. And then just psychologically, I feel like the issue is that Black men have been subjugated and emasculated for so long that they have a warped sense of what masculinity is, and they think their only way to access it is through sex and physical, right? So they can only access it through physical, and they think that they're going to access it by physically getting with a white woman, unfortunately, thinking that it's going to buy them some respect, thinking that's going to validate them. And if you open your black eyes, walk
No,
around the
it's no, no,
world,
no.
walk
Wait, see,
out.
I don't like this frame of argumentation. I've heard it a lot, and I don't like it. It's almost like people are trying to say, women particularly, are trying to say, almost trying to tell them, don't go for white women because you're not going to get. I feel like at this point, no one should be saying this. If they believe whiteness and white women is going, and being with them is going to give them status or whatever, let them go. Like I don't think, unless we're bringing up to laugh and make fun, then whatever. But the
Yeah,
point at
it's
which
not to
we're,
say that they're.
no,
It's not to
it
say that
feels
they're
like there is
doing
a
like.
preaching. I feel like there is a preaching almost to let them know they're not listening. They don't care. You telling them that it's not you, but like people saying, going to them, it's not that. It doesn't matter. They don't care. They don't. They don't. They're going to continue to go, and they're going to. They know that it hurts, and I know for a lot of black women, by the way, it makes sense that it would hurt. Um, but I feel like they don't have to know it hurts. There's Kosha, Jason Black. Your thing says connecting. Kosha, I'm going to add you in a minute. Paris, you get the last word. I will go through some super chat and then go to midnight. Kosha, and if Jason Black things working, then I'll add you.
All I can say is that for me, it's not about if who they choose, right? Because we know who they really choose, and Sinji says it all the time. And if you can look up Randall from Monsters Inc., you will know who Pearl looks like. Number one, but it's not even about that. It's time for Black women to wake up, because we have to set the tone for us going forward and what we will deal with and what we're gonna do, and just forget about what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
Just period.
Yeah.
Good night, y'all.
Good night. Appreciate that. Oh, Kosha just left, and I was about to add her. Midnight snack.
Hi, thank you for having me on your show. I think you do a great job of what you're doing, and it's very much needed and appreciated. What I wanted to say was I was having a conversation with some guys earlier today, and you know, I'm a Black woman, and I know these guys, and I know that they have the propensity to project all of their inadequacies onto Black women. And I was listening
Before
to
you
them.
continue, I think I noticed something. I'm so sorry. Someone just left, and I think so. I don't think I've watched a couple of streams, and everyone said what I was just about to say, which is Jason Black. If you're back in the back chat, your thing is connecting. I think whoever is doing this is doing it for us to say Jason Black. I don't know who that is, but I think he was the first person to like break the news on Pearl. So I don't know why people are doing that. I'm not sure if it's to cause drama, but they've done it on multiple streams. So I just wanted to point that out. So whatever happened, I'm not pointing out a disrespect to anyone. Sorry, go ahead, Midnight.
Oh no, it's okay. So one of the guys was telling me about how Black women are masculine, and it was in relation to this whole pearly things situation. And we were talking about it, and it dawned on me that they're okay with women being masculine as long as she's white, because I don't know how she could come onto all their platforms, lick them like the suckers they are, and be the face of the Black manosphere and that not be considered masculine. And I asked them this, and there's just the strong cognitive dissonance, like this whole white is right thing with it. I'm not condemning Pearly things. I think she did what she was supposed to. Yes, she's racist, like a bona fide one. You know, she got around the right people and they brought it out. Like it's like one of those floaty devices in a swimming pool. You could push it down, but it's gonna keep coming to the surface. And she couldn't hide it anymore. It came to the surface. But
Good.
Yeah, there's this like these, you know, when you catch them and they're in a corner, they just talk in circles and circles and circles, and then their conversation becomes more explanatory, but you're getting nowhere. And yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, Black women, if people are calling you masculine, it's okay. Black men are completely okay with being in the subservient position and having a masculine dominant woman. They just have an issue with the skin color it comes in, which is yours, but keep doing what you're doing.
It is disempowering. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate that. It is disempowering to let anyone have that much control over your emotion. Like right now, if someone call you masculine, just say thank you, because absolutely not. I'm not. Don't sit there and argue with anyone. I hate the fact that thank you, Midnight. I hate the fact that I spent time up here to talk to this person when I should have known they were a troll. It makes sense that Black men and white women are similar. They both want a piece of the cake that white men had. Cake equals dominance and control. Y'all play too much in this comment. She had no instinct to push back. She helped him discuss all the nice things about, yeah. Like she was very, thank you, CJ, very comfortably sitting up there with a white, no, that's the, particularly as someone who is white, you already know that this is going to become an issue. You should not be that comfortable. You should not be that absolutely not. First of all, at the first sight of laughing and kikiing, if that was my quote unquote white friends, we would no longer be friends. Absolutely. You're not going to sit up there and laugh and then add to the joke with a white supremacist about Black people. Then take that and move it into, yeah, slavery wasn't that bad, and then explain how slavery wasn't that bad, and then have these men, actually separately, these men deserve to be dragged, but I won't do it tonight, because if I start, I'm going to say something that I will regret. These men keep coming up talking about, oh my God, they're talking about roots. They're talking about roots. She literally said roots and spoke about it for 2 seconds. She comes back and apologized. But she doesn't talk about the fact that she said when slaves were freed, they would come back. So you were diminishing slavery. You gave examples of how slavery wasn't that bad. Factually or not, you gave examples, so you were diminishing slavery. That's what that narrative is. I don't want to hear it from anyone. Y'all play too much. Don't play in my face. So she wants to import her workforce from Africa. Sounds kind of slavery. Adjacent to me. Meanwhile, she is talking to self-proclaimed racists and whites. So, yeah, Brisington, that is it. Sorry, Kosha, go ahead. Oh my God, I had you up here waiting.
Famous, how you doing?
Doing well now that I'm talking to you. With a no.
Why y'all acting like this is not who Black men have always been? Collectively, this is the rule of Black men, not the exception. They will always choose the path of least resistance. They are not leaders. They don't even they think that they're a come up off of these white women. That is why you hear the narrative of when white women say, you're not going to come up off of us, we have to get away from these Western women to go to the other countries because they learn they are not going to come up off of them here in America. That is their whole thing. They have never been good men. That's why they over in Africa sending young girls to get water to be raped instead of them going and being the masculine men that they are and doing it. Let's stop lying historically like this has never been them. This is who they are.
I don't know I don't know to verify. I presume it's true, but I don't know.
They have always raped girls. They have always.
No. Yeah, no. All right. Wait. Trigger warning. But I do know that's happening. But what I was saying, I don't know how to verify is sending them for water.
They sold us. They sold their children. They sold their women, and that is their nature. And we need to stop lying about them. They function very well under authority. In the prison, I see them every day working hard, making 3,000 meals a day, and they are okay long as they can do the same tactics that they did on the plantation, like stealing food out the kitchen. They are happy because they think they're getting over, and they function well. They are happy. They do their little things here and there, but they're okay with that. Just like hundreds of years ago on the plantation, they were happy with it. Black women weren't happy with it, but collectively, the majority of them were. And I think if it wasn't for us bitching and complaining as women, they would have continued. And they
I
are
mean, I heard
ready to
people.
go back into it. They will walk hand in hand. If they say, hey, we're going to put y'all in some dormitories, we're going to give y'all some free room and board, and y'all can have Saturdays off and chicken on Tuesdays and Thursdays, they will walk us back into slavery under a new name. And this is their nature.
Let the Midnight Snack defend his Khaleesi. I am trying to grapple with like the reality that this is the best we're going to get thus far, so we need to figure out what we're going to do with it. I'm trying to figure out how to not overgeneralize because I don't know how to, but this is now a problem that
They are the rule,
but
not
yeah,
the
no,
exception.
yeah, yeah. I appreciate that. I appreciate you, Sophie. Thank you for your super sticker. I do.
Just swallow and
I am
accept it.
I am not at the place where I'm yet able to pathologize, and I worry that I've jumped too quickly into pathologizing. Themis, don't co-sign that man. Um, I I mean, I don't know what you're saying, but yeah, I don't know yet. I don't know. I think part of it might be that I am a Black man and I'm trying, like,
You are
I
the
don't think,
exception.
wait. Yeah, but I don't think I'm special in any meaningful way. Um, I'm trying to figure out the issue. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to figure it out tonight. Obviously, I'm not.
I'm a
But
mother
yeah,
of 3 sons.
what I can do though is I can affirm how you feel. I can do that. But I
I'm
don't
a mother
know.
of 3 sons. And out of the 3, I see the most promise in my son that is in the LGBTQ. Sorry. That's
No, go ahead.
and I don't know if that has anything to do with it or not. But my
No,
straight son said that may have something to do with it because of that. I don't know. I don't know if people who struggle and
yeah,
are
no,
not
but
accepted in the mainstream develop muscles that people are part of the majority don't have to develop. I
yeah,
don't know.
there is something fundamentally broken, I think, big enough to affect us. And maybe it is us, but I mean, I guess when you have certain things, you don't realize you have it, and that's part of privilege. But I cannot fundamentally I don't know, like there feels like something that I'm missing, and I don't know what it is. Like, obviously, I agree with most of BWE, and the talking points towards men. I agree with them, particularly within our community. The stats are there, and because the stats are there, something is. I think something is missing, and I don't know what it is.
Until they hit rock bottom with no mothers, no
I feel like we
anybody
are at
to
rock
hold them
bottom.
up but Pearly, and Pearly put her foot on their neck, they will
But do you
not
not?
they will not rise to the occasion. They cannot have a mother, a sister, or anybody to assist them. They are going to have to develop these muscles on their own. And they are going to have to hit rock bottom in order to do it. And we cannot assist them. We have done it for too long. There was something that happened after slavery and during slavery where mothers did try to protect them and women did stand in the way. and it became, and I even think it was before then, I think, but
Do you think
it
if black
cannot
women
happen
remove,
anymore.
do you think black women remove help and aid to black men, then we would have to pick ourselves up then?
I'm not going to put you in that category.
No, no, no,
They
no,
are
no,
going
no,
to
no,
have
no.
to pick
It's fine. It's
themselves
fine.
up.
The difference between, yeah, no, you can. The difference between, like, I don't see myself. I think part of what happens in sectors of the manosphere, they're like, it's the Pookies and it's the Ray Rays, and they do that to make themselves feel better. And so they say black women choose the Pookie and the Ray Ray, but they do black women as a blanket, and then they separate black men into like Pookies and Ray Rays and blah blah blah. I don't do that separation. It's fine. Like I am a part. I feel a part
Pookie,
of.
Ray, high value
Yeah.
men, whatever, they all engage in the same fuckery. Just some have more money, and some mad they got to pay to play, and some mad the others can pay with their mouth and they have game or whatever they want to call it. But they all engage or
No. Wait.
desire to.
The question is, should black women remove support? I think this is
Yes,
true.
yes,
So do you think that will cause, because maybe the problem is that they're leaning on black women too much.
yes. Mothers should remove support. Sisters, aunts, the entirety of it all, until they have to do it on their own.
Pause.
Everybody.
I don't understand why people are like, let her talk. I thought you were talking. This is a conversation. It's not like get a soapbox and like shout. Like I don't know.
I'm not giving a monologue.
Right? Yeah.
Whatever.
Like we are talking.
And that's just got to be what it is. We got it, tough love, whatever. They resent you. You ever was able to help somebody and they resented you for being able to help them? And
yeah, no, I get. Wait, someone said. Wait, I feel like people don't understand me. Someone said it looks like I'm offended. I'm not offended. Like critiques don't offend me. I am trying to find the issue and just saying black men are bad. Okay, yes, we have been doing a lot of bad things. And I feel like we've said this so many times on this channel. And I'm not calling you out, by the way, person. Like, I don't mind. My thing is, if there isn't a solution, then divestment, right? Like, that makes sense from that perspective. But for me, I'm trying to think through, like, what the issue could be, like why our self-esteem this low, why do we engage the way we engage?
they don't want to do anything hard. They want to choose the path of least resistance. Anything that requires effort, they will not voluntarily do. They talk about they built this country, they built it with a foot on their neck and a boot on their neck. If they had to do it voluntarily, what would they have done? We see what they would have done. We see in Africa what they would have done. Not nothing. Now they got them Chinese men over there and them Asian men over there. We're going to see what they do with a foot on their neck. So
yeah. Nobody is this delusional. Laws have changed, but feelings haven't. She racist. That lady said her Africans like property. So yeah, no,
and they don't recognize this language.
No, like I am uncomfortable because like I'm in a space where it like I'm literally I'm literally in a space where I'm listening to a black man, I'm assuming he's black, I actually don't know, is talking directly to me in defense of a racist white lady. And it's like, how do I hold on to like a dignity and any of that in blackness? And so like, it's not, my discomfort is not necessarily at the women, but there is something. I thought I saw the super chat from
it's willful
Jay.
ignorance. They don't want to be offended because to be offended would mean they would have to take action. So they deny that it's offensive, so they won't have to take action, so they won't have to stand up.
Yeah,
And
no,
it's
I
like that
agree.
man who was talking about teeth. You are still, all these years later, using slave master rhetoric and judging yourself by the teeth. You
Wait,
literally
so
are.
the Demas, you may be struggling with the idea that it's their nature. I am. Yeah, well, yes, CJ, there is that because I am always very careful online, right? And it's not just because, oh, you're protecting your job or blah, blah, blah. Well, that too. But I'm very careful online because, like, there is, I think the easiest answer is not always the right answer. And I I don't want to just get to the easy answer. I want to fully engage with the issue at hand. And there is an issue within our community. There's an issue about protection of the people who are most vulnerable in our community. There is an issue of giving access to people who want no good for us in the community. There is all these issues that on a micro small scale seems readily available to be torn apart. But there is a larger issue about what happened in the manosphere with pearly things has happened before. Some would say has happened in slavery, is the reason for slavery, has happened in a lot of our history. And so my issue isn't, oh, black men are bad, black men are good. It's not that at all. It's
Famous. I
why.
could give you a side by side comparison.
No.
I'm
Wait.
from a
If I'm trying to, maybe it's not right to even ask to figure out why. Go ahead.
There was no different message that was given from girls than boys. Perfect example, small town. Grew up with this guy. His, funeral home people got the money, no matter where you at. So this
Yeah.
boy was literally considered privileged. He grew up. His parents was able to pay for the college. He would have been considered, went to college. He pledged. He did this. He did not struggle. 2-parent household, all of that. Fast forward, he did not want to continue the family funeral home business. He wanted to be a band instructor and stuff. He went band instructor, played with the little girls, got arrested, went to prison. We grew up with the same elementary school, got the same message, did the same stuff. I didn't have a 2-parent household. So we grew up side by side. Same elementary school, same this, same middle school, same everything. So but he had a little more privilege than me because he came from the good side of town. So what happened when he had everything that he needed to succeed? There was no different message. He was intelligent. So there should not have been. Why did that happen? There was no different message for boys and girls. It was sit up straight, look people in your eyes. I guess we had to look down for so long, speak clearly.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, even if there aren't any, unless you believe men and women are exactly the same, even if there aren't different messages, though the messages can be interpreted differently. The reason I know this, or the reason I'm talking about this is I think women can do better under an oppressive system in terms of not feeling like it's fully an affront to their dignity, where I don't know if men know exactly how to do that, because I think, like, I can accept that this system is oppressive and figure out how to navigate it, where I think a lot of men, if they agree, then they've been subjugated and the men have their foot on their neck
No,
and then they
this
feel
was
like they
not
can't do
the
anything.
issue. And as long as he bothered little black girls in the band, it wasn't a problem. Till he transferred to the coast and bothered little white girls. He was not oppressed. He didn't. If I could say he never saw that, never lived that, did not. He had all advantages. So I can't give him that pass. And you could say, because this is
No,
small
I'm
town.
not. There's no path. I mean, I think the disconnect might be that we're thinking about, I feel like we accept the problem and we either like, for me, I'm trying to find a solution, but we accept the problem and find a solution, or accept the problem, divest, accept the problem. There's a lot of things that we can do. I think ultimately, though, when it comes to what do we do now, because I feel like this is kind of blatant. And if what is happening in the manosphere is what happens generally and we can generalize from it, then there is actually a decision to be made. The decision to be made is, what are you all going to do? And then from my perspective as a Black man who share in identity, what am I going to do? And so before I do that, and again, this will not be answered on the stream, I need to figure out what the truth is about this critical mass. What does it mean about Black people in the Black community? What does it mean about the ability to see what is going to happen? Like, those kinds of questions I have to answer, and that's not about to be answered on this stream. And I'm telling you, this is not going to be no one is going to answer this, because I feel like it takes a lot more research and work than I've ever put into anything, because I already know that. I already know the issue in my mind. I know the issue. I need to know why the issue exists, and potentially what can I do about it, or do I just let it go? So that's kind of where I'm at, because like I don't. I feel like it's kind of unproductive to like keep talking about the issues from my perspective. Like, I don't feel useful just talking about the thing, because like I know the thing now. We are not that great. We have not been protecting. We've been impregnating and leaving. We kill each other. Like I can run through the list of our issue. I need to know why it happens, and I also need to know a solution. Not from you guys, by the way. I'm just talking about me and personal work that I have to do. And I also think that's
I'm a
what
tap
that you
down,
guys.
Themis, but thank you for allowing me, and I'm gonna be in the clouds listening. Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, Themis.
Yep.
Hi. I'll make it quick, but I know you said you don't you don't want a solution right now, and I definitely don't have the answers. But can I give a theory? A quick theory.
Yep.
I believe this all stems from low self-esteem.
Oh, I agree.
Cuz if you have high self-esteem, and like you have value in yourself and you see value in yourself, you're not going to do like 99% of the stuff that we see, like in the manosphere and like at large, like culturally speaking. And I feel like most of like 99% of the problems could be solved if like people just look within themselves and like get and are able to have like high self-esteem. And like I feel like that's like the crux of the issue.
Oh, I agree with you. But the thing is, when I say I want to know the problem, I already know like that level of the problem. Is the problem, did we get low self-esteem as part of the problem? Did we get low self-esteem from slavery, or did we get it from just valuing whiteness? Is it something that is innate, or which I don't fundamentally believe, or
I don't
is it
think so.
something that was taught? Can it be untaught? That.
Well, I think it definitely probably like on like the African American side, it most likely probably did stem from slavery, since that is like America's original sin, as we all know. But I think as subsequent generations came along and like things started to make it so that like overt racism and like legal racism was less acceptable, I think then it started to become passed down from like black person to black person, as well as also like systematically through like white supremacy and stuff. So then I think you had like a whole compounding of having like this kind of negative reinforcement all around you. And unfortunately, I think the difference, like the previous caller was saying, why she thinks women and men in terms of like how we could be raised the same but act so differently. I think it's probably because, like you said, like women are probably used to, as horrible as it sounds, women are probably used to getting less. So it's like we're able to adapt to less. But I think many men are like from the beginning of time basically dominated everything and everyone. So it's like in the modern day society where it's like you can't get away with dominating people, especially women anymore in most places in the world. It's like I think, like to use a term that FD used, engraved entitlement. I think that's what it's stemming from, where it's like you feel like you're owed this because you're a man, which is dumb. But it's
Yeah.
like you feel like you're owed something because you're a man, and because now the playing field is somewhat level in certain aspects, and because you can't outright like dominate women anymore, I feel like they feel like they're losing something, and it's like, oh my god, how am I on the same playing field as a woman now in like the 21st century, and they can't take it. So it's like in ways I think now they're trying to find ways to like still have that power even though societally they can't get away with outright domination. And I think that's why these men are flocking to like kind of like the Kevin Samuels playbook, because it's like you can't go around like beating women in the street in public or anything or in your home. But what can you do? You can verbally abuse them online and get away with it.
Yeah. No, I agree with. I actually agree. Wait. So Garvey got his channel struck badly by. How do you know this, Mariah Flower? How do you know this? Um, Themis, what does the caller see at her job daily? Themis, what does the caller see at her job daily? I don't
Me?
understand the question. Someone, the Themis, can I recommend somebody to you? Please see the message. Yeah, sure. You guys can always recommend. Themis, stop it. You know you haven't impregnated anyone. LOL. How y'all know this? Y'all playing. Y'all playing in my face right now.
Oh my
My
gosh.
little one, go little one. I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know. Thank you for that. I wouldn't even know what to do with that with a child right now. I think Themis is going through a process a good portion of us have gone through and are still going through. It is just happening in real time for him right now.
Yeah. I think that's
No,
the major thing. Like, I think that's the biggest thing, theme is where it's like, I, I'm, I'm like, okay, I'm like a proponent of like individualism, but also a proponent of like collectivism. And like, I feel like the biggest problem is that so many men compare themselves to other men. And it's like, I think we just need to, like, men in general, they just have to start in a way like individualizing themselves and not seeing themselves a part of like this so-called like the culture, because I feel like so many aspects of the culture are very toxic and negative, and it's like hasn't helped like anyone. So I think they just have to start thinking beyond the culture and thinking beyond the kind of image that they've gotten their whole lives, and like start thinking beyond that, like thinking beyond their reality in a sense, you know what I mean?
yeah, I think maybe part of the problem is that we're so individualistic. Um,
Individualistic but also collectivist, you know what I mean, in a way, because it's like why are so many people taking part in this really toxic culture if we know it doesn't bring anything good?
Wait, someone said, I'm hungry. I don't know how Themis hasn't eaten. Look, I'm probably gonna eat, and then when after I eat, because I haven't eaten all day actually, because I was like planning my food, which is the one pot chicken thing, and like in my mind, I was going to eat it and be happy tonight and watch TV. And my friends are coming over to watch Game of Thrones, and we're gonna all eat it. But as soon as I eat it, I think what's gonna happen is I'm gonna be in like a much better mood.
Yeah, famous, you're hangry at the moment.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're not you when you're hangry. So
Yeah, I think anyway, actually everyone have like let's put Valerie up. Everyone has 30 seconds.
okay, let me just say my last thing.
Yep.
About pearly things and like going on that racist guy's platform. I honestly think she went on there to probably signal to like all the black people who supported her, like, I'm not with you anymore. I'm done. I used you for my come up, and now I want to get onto different pastures. So I think that's why she went there. She wanted to signal to everyone that, like, no, if you're black and you're still following me, like, it's on you at this point, because I'm showing you who I am. And it's like, I clearly don't respect you guys anymore, but like, if you're still with me, like, I don't know what to tell you. So because I'm explicitly going to this racist guy's platform, and I'm saying all these overt racist things, and I probably don't believe some of them, or like 99% of them, but I'm still like dog whistling to all these other like ultra right wing conservative people, and it's like, I don't want you black people anymore. At least that's what I think. She used black people for her come up, and she's done.
Oh, she's about to pivot real hard if they'll take her. I actually don't think it's going to be that easy for her to pivot, because she doesn't have, unless she has like a lot of substance that we don't. And I think politically she has ideas that she hasn't put forward, and she's willing to put it forward now. But I do think she's going to pivot. She might lose a lot of her audience, or they might convert over to her. I think there is a very strong underpinning of like white supremacy within the manosphere. So it's conservatism isn't itself bad. I think there are forms of conservative ideas that infiltrate spaces like the manosphere about women and men role. But the truth is, like, most men can't live up to, and I'm not saying black, I'm saying most men cannot live up to their patriarchal duty. And so all of these people in the manosphere are lying when they say, oh, they want a traditional woman. You can't afford one. It is literally that simple. Like, it is that simple. All right, 30. Thank you. Now we have.
Welcome.
Wait, what's your name on there? Where's your name? It disappeared. Was it Rochelle?
Oh yes, it's Rochelle. But just one more thing, 2 seconds. But Themis, isn't conservatism about preserving like the past, like traditional roles? Like, is that like the fundamentals of like conservatism?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to use it as that kind of definition, but I was thinking about conservatism as a political ideology.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Good night.
Yeah, I mean, its commitment to tradition should be like a good way to frame it.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. Now, if we're talking about political conservatism, we're talking about free market, private ownership. That's all I got right now. My head is not working. All right, Black is Queen, you have 30 seconds. I know you just came up. Valerie, you have 30 seconds. I know you just came up. I need to eat. You have 30 seconds. Go, Black is Queen.
Okay, so it's very obvious that all the tribes of mankind are being taught a lesson, and the lesson of Black people would be the lesson of water, because we definitely think like drops more. There's actually no difference between white men, Black men, Asian men. I don't want to buy into the narrative that, there's a superstition growing that there's something inherently wrong with Black men. It's not. It's just that they're okay. The development of a man is better when it's with a woman. And the community is very important for the development of a man. That's why Black men are turning out a little more less adept, I'll say, with white men because than white men and other men, because they have a good relationship with their woman. When males hang together, males' brains flatline. But when they deal with a woman, they understand that it's something apart from them. So they pay attention more and their brain has to work more. Um, so it's kind of hard to explain in 30 seconds. I wish I had more time, but that's why they turn out. Like it's not that they're it's basically spiritual too, actually. But I don't really have much time. 30 seconds is not a lot of time. And I waited so long. But I'm doing research on this. And yeah, there's nothing. The only thing that's wrong with them is that they're essentially they're they don't have a village, basically. Like they don't have a community. Like the thing that they're
Wait,
not
wait.
valuing the most, their power is with the women. Like
Yeah,
it's
we can definitely go through it, but I do have to stick to this time. I didn't realize there was a
okay.
copyright
No, that's
strike.
fine. That's perfectly fine. But go ahead.
Thank you,
I wrote
Valerie.
you on Instagram too.
Oh, let me check. Are you cat-eyed Oracle?
Yeah, but I changed that.
Oh, that's probably why. I will look it up. Valerie,
So I have 2 points.
you
One,
have 30
sometimes
seconds.
I get a bit offended when people sometimes say maybe non-ADOS don't understand slavery, because me being a Haitian, slavery in Haiti was really bad. And I know history-wise, slavery in Jamaica was really bad. So people saying it's not, it wasn't, it was embellished. Even till this day, some of the things that are existing politically just within those two countries is as a result of slavery still going on. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is, I actually find, I mean, I don't like, you know, that lady. I don't like to say her name, but I actually find it fascinating how she was able to manipulate them in that way. And even though I don't like her, but I do respect her ability to manipulate and use people's weakness above them. Maybe that's a bit of voyeurism, right? And maybe to some extent, maybe Black women might need to learn some of that, because it seems to me that they work better under manipulation than under complete loyalty. That's what it comes off to me that way. That somehow Black men work better under manipulation, right? Because she's obviously racist in many ways. Like if you go down like her history, and just because you sleep with someone doesn't mean you're not racist, right? Like if you had a black boyfriend or whatever.
I'm only going to push back because we're going to end it, because I don't actually think there is anything to learn. I don't think without her skin and their view of her because of this, that Black women could copy any of it. The reason is she doesn't bring anything to it. Wasn't covert, it wasn't manipulation, it wasn't hard, it was very blatant. Like I saw it, Sinji saw it, Chrissy saw, literally as soon as we saw her, I made a comment on a bunch of live streams. Sinji said she's not about to talk about it, but I think she talked about it on on our live stream before this happened. Chrissy a couple months ago have a video that is now blowing up where she's talking about it. I'm pretty sure Paris Milan, everyone, maybe on this side it was very obvious, and then to them it wasn't. I saw no manipulation. I saw no intellect. I saw absolutely, like, honestly, I feel like I should be defending Pearly things. Like there's against the men in the manosphere who are going against her. Because the reason the reason is it was so obvious, and the fact that you didn't know is a problem, but they did know because Garvey was just out here talking about, oh, the first time we talked and when I started work with her, she had a quote unquote colonized mindset. When he said that, he literally said that. And then we have videos and videos and videos and videos of you working with her. Yeah, I don't know. It was looking very much like they knew.
Yeah, no,
And
I mean, I don't think that she hit it. I mean, if you call it nowadays, you could call it the Kim K formula or whatever.
yeah, no,
And I
but what
and
I'm
I and
saying
I,
is
I'm not.
ultimately, I don't think Black women can learn anything from her.
Yeah, I agree with you. And to your other statement that you said earlier, real quick, was like, was this something that existed during slavery and post-slavery? And I've questioned that too. And I'm starting to think that maybe, I mean, colorism has existed throughout many countries for a long time, throughout many civilizations. And I'm sure it's existed in Africa. I mean, you have men right now who are in Africa who have full blown like white prime minister wives. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it's not that, it's the desire to attain something that doesn't resemble you. And it's always been a flaw in many places. Like you could pick any country and it exists. So I don't think that it was necessarily a slavery thing. I think it's just something mental, right? Something that you feel personally that you don't like about yourself, a particular trait or something. That's why you go on
Yeah.
TikTok and you can find all these snow bunny, this or whatever type statements. So I don't think that's what it is. It's not.
Yeah. One thing I will advise is to not show your hand about being hurt. And I actually no, don't take my advice. Do what you all want because that's not fair. Pearl was signaling to conservative folks her Black employees agree with her statements. Blessing, who is African, who was also minimizing. So yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night, Valerie.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Slavery didn't create this pathology; they had it prior to that. So I've been looking at those pictures of the Moors, and I need to. So I want to go to the not me doing actual work. I want to go to the Library of Congress or any library that can validate historical images because I actually want to find out if and you know what's going to happen. I'm going to find those Moorish pictures and I'm going to see them, and then I'm going to find out that they're in fact like duplicates of actual art from the time period, and then I'm going to have another mental excuse to keep me sane because that's what cognitive dissonance does to a human being. So village with collective of Black men. If they aren't selling the village for cheap, they're making bad deals, remaining ignorant of the law and business and blaming Black women. It's not spiritual, it's willful. Yeah. Thank you, Miss Deeds. I am going to go eat, but I will leave you with this because I said something just now that I don't think is fair. If your rage is justified, if your hurt is justified, if your pain is justified, it is wrong of me to tell you to not show it. And I retract the statement that I just made that you shouldn't show it. I don't think anyone deserves your tears. And there are some conversation that I have that is sad. And the reason it's sad is because I know immediately, I don't know if I know, but I think I know when I'm talking to someone who is speaking from a place of pain and like wanting better for a group, and I understand it, but also like chastising particularly to make people see them. And I don't like that place. Like if you go and talk to drag, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not saying drag, but I would much rather you drag than show these people who don't care that you care. Because that makes me sad, but that's not fair. my sadness should not be your problem at all. They had the white worshipping integrationist pathology doing the whitewashing of Egypt. I am actually going to look into like the paintings of the Moors because that's where I want to start. But I do actually want to think about Egypt and that empire. But them paintings with the Moors, quote unquote, was a lot. It was like very hard to like accept. So I'm gonna go figure that one out. Jay says, I understand what you meant, Themis, and agreed. All right, cool. One person understood me, so I can end it there. Thank you guys so much. I did spend a lot of time yesterday on the PowerPoint, so I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm about to go eat, and I'll post my picture on Insta. Bye.